Chapter 180. That blur was Xiao Feng. His plan was also perfect. The group of guards who had chased after him but failed returned to the collection room. Quan Chin didn't dare stay any longer, and if he ran away, he would attract the attention of all the guards nearby and be pincered from both sides. Xiao Feng had long since realized that the treasures and antiques within the treasury were all protected by arrays and couldn't be broken in a short amount of time. Therefore, he chose to attract the attention of the guards and let Quan Chin take the brunt of all the firepower. With his left eye, Xiao Feng was able to control everything. Whether it was the battlefield or the business world, nothing was more important than information. And Xiao Feng had more information than his opponents. Knowing yourself and knowing your enemy was the key to victory. Walking into the treasury, Xiao Feng's eyes were dazed for a moment before becoming excited. There were many treasures within the treasury. Some were weapons, while others were unique items such as paintings, maps, jewels, armors, and other unknown items. But Xiao Feng's left eye was extremely sharp, and he realized that almost every item within the treasury was made of unique materials. All the weapons within the treasury were at the spiritual grade and above. How could an item that could be placed together with a spirit grade weapon and collected possibly be ordinary? It could be said that all the items within the treasury had the value of a spiritual grade weapon. How could one not go crazy with jealousy? But Xiao Feng's brow creased. He realized that every item in the cabinet was protected by a powerful array, and each of them was supported by an independent array. The power of the array was extremely strong, and it was probably at the true spirit realm or even higher. The only flaw was that the array had been around for a long time and had lost more than half of its power. A few of the defensive arrays within the treasury even had flaws. Of course, normal people wouldn't be able to see the flaws of arrays. Only those that understood arrays, or those like Xiao Feng, who had a powerful left eye, would be able to see them. The array within each treasury is extremely strong and has a certain recovery ability. With the strength of a cultivator at the fourth sky of the ascended realm, one should be able to succeed after 2 to 3 days. Xiao Feng analyzed. In order to confirm his conclusion, he condensed a palm and hit one of the cabinets. Pum! The cabinet lit up with a layer of white light, shaking Xiao Feng away. Fortunately, he was prepared and used the force to retreat. The attack of a cultivator at the fourth sky of the ascended realm had only dimmed the cabinet a little. But after a few breaths, the dimness returned to normal. Indeed, it will take 3 days. This was a cabinet with flaws. If it was someone without any flaws, it would probably take 10 days. It would be great if Yangon could cooperate with me or have other allies. Xiao Feng secretly sighed. If he had good allies, he could speed things up greatly. It was a pity that Quan Chen's life and death were unknown, and he couldn't trust him at all. As for Yangon, Lin Fan, and the others, they might be facing their own problems, and they were all far away from each other. There was no other way. Xiao Feng only had one choice: to fight alone. There were benefits to this as well. He could keep all the spoils of war for himself. Next, Xiao Feng needed to choose his target. There were simply too many treasures in the treasury. There were weapons, spiritual grade armors, accessories, etc. There were around a few hundred cabinets in the treasury, and a small number of them were completely empty. Xiao Feng guessed that the treasury room was probably left behind by previous trial takers. Anyone who could enter the treasury and obtain treasures definitely wasn't a simple person. Among the hundreds of cabinets, 1/10 of them had some flaws in the array formation, which amounted to a few dozen. Xiao Feng's eyes scanned over them, and he finally found a target. It was a broken cloak that was translucent. At first glance, it looked like a shadow. The instant he locked onto it, Xiao Feng's left eye twitched, and his bloodline power gave him a familiar feeling. That tattered cloak exuded an ancient aura. In terms of aura, it wasn't even at the high tier of the mortal grade. It was similar to the Luoho Bao after it evolved. Such a cloak didn't seem to be of a high tier, so why would it be placed in the treasury with all the items of the spiritual grade and above? Zhao Feng was sure that this cloak wasn't simple or had a high value. Even if I get a spiritual grade weapon, it's useless to me. After the trial, I'll most likely have to hand it over to the clan. I might as well choose it. Zhao Feng made his decision. The level of a spiritual divine weapon was too high. For him, it was too far away. Legend had it that there was a type of legacy grade weapon that was at least of the spiritual grade. It could ignore the user's cultivation and unleash the corresponding power according to the user's cultivation. In other words, the stronger the user was, the more power they could unleash until they reached the limit of this type of weapon. It was a pity that legacy-grade weapons were too rare, and every one of them was a treasure that carried the weight of history. It was hard for there to be one legacy-grade weapon out of 10 weapons of the same grade. Pung! 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 Zhao Feng didn't slow down as he slammed his palms towards the cabinet. The cultivation technique he used was the lightning wind palm. He made use of this time to perfect this cultivation technique. With every palm strike, Zhao Feng was adjusting the circulation of the palm technique in his mind. Zhao Feng maintained the frequency of his attacks at 1 or 2 breaths of time to last longer. A moment later, Zhao Feng heard footsteps. It should be the guards returning. Those guards weren't fools. If they noticed anything unusual, they would definitely come to check. If only I could set up a soundproof array. Zhao Feng stopped and fell into deep thought. The soundproof array was a basic one and wasn't difficult to set up. But the problem was that Zhao Feng lacked the materials. This was the biggest limitation of an array master. Without the materials to set up the array, there was basically nothing they could do. Of course, if an array master prepared the array beforehand, they could easily slaughter a group of people stronger than them. Zhao Feng flipped through the storage bracelet. Ever since he got this bracelet, he had thrown all his luggage inside. It's a pity that I'm short of 2 materials. Zhao Feng shook his head. He had tried his best to think of a replacement, but he was still short of 2 materials. Right at this moment, Zhao Feng heard a faint noise as a figure came from afar and landed on the roof opposite the treasury. Zhao Feng, you're still alive. Quan Chen stood on the roof, and his voice was filled with shock and hatred. Zhao Feng's movements froze as he frowned his eyebrows. It seemed that he had underestimated Quan Chen. Looking closely, Quan Chen had a few bandages on his body. His hair was messy, and his clothes were torn, as if he had been raped. His eyes were filled with hatred, as if he wanted to skin Zhao Feng alive. Shua! Quan Chen's figure flashed as he charged towards the treasury with killing intent. His target wasn't the treasures in the treasury, but Zhao Feng. Kill Zhao Feng first, then think about the treasures. Zhao Feng snickered as he blocked the entrance of the treasury and used his lightning wind palm. Waning moon flying blade. The sword in Quan Chen's hand suddenly danced, and 4 or 5 arcs of light locked onto Zhao Feng from different angles. Boom! Zhao Feng's palm pounced forward, but he was forced back a few steps by the cold sword. With Quan Chen's weapon, his strength had increased and his cultivation was higher than Zhao Feng's. His chilling moon technique had reached the 4th level. I'll take your life first. Quan Chen had decided to kill Zhao Feng no matter what. This might be his last chance. Wind, lightning, annihilation. Zhao Feng pushed his true force and palm technique to the maximum, and the sound of thunder was even louder than before. However, Quan Chen had a mid-grade mortal weapon, so his attacks were even fiercer. In desperation, Zhao Feng secretly circulated part of his bloodline power and mixed it into his true force, so it wasn't too obvious. However, the power of his palm technique increased. Boom! Boom! The sound of thunder became louder and louder. Zhao Feng felt that his lightning wind palm had reached the max level and was about to break through a certain barrier. At the same time, some of the profundities of the floating crest lightning seal entered his comprehension. Wind, lightning, raging dragon. Zhao Feng roared, and the instant he thrust out his palm, arcs of lightning could be seen in the form of a snake dragon that seemed to take the shape of a lightning dragon. What? The power of lightning. Quan Chen's expression changed dramatically. The instant the two weapons clashed, he was hit by a domineering power and his body went numb. The fourth level of the lightning wind palm could create lightning arcs that could cause numbness to the target. However, after Zhao Feng merged a bit of the floating crest lightning seal into it, lightning could be seen with the naked eye and the skill's power was far greater than before. Boom! Pa! Pa! Zhao Feng pushed Quan Chen out of the treasury. At the same time, the nearby black-armored guards all rushed over. Quan Chen could only avoid the attack and said hatefully, "I don't believe you'll be able to stay in there forever." "Haha, where do you think you're going?" Zhao Feng took out his Luoho bow, knocked an arrow, and shot towards the entrance. Shwa! A blue ice arrow shot through the air, bringing with it a terrifying coldness as it stabbed towards Quan Chen. Quan Chen knew how terrifying Zhao Feng's archery skills were, so he instantly formed a protective layer of true force and rolled on the ground. Shwa! The ice arrow brushed past his shoulder and hit a guard next to him. There was no blood on Quan Chen's shoulder, but a cold aura spread out and a layer of ice formed on his body. Crack! The ice arrow broke and the cold aura spread out in a few yards radius. In a breath's time, Quan Chen and 4 or 5 guards nearby were all sealed in ice, blocking the entrance. Looking at the lifelike ice sculptures, Zhao Feng's left eye pierced through the ice and saw Quan Chen's true force surge as if he was trying to break the ice. A cold smile appeared on Zhao Feng's face as he drew the Luoho bow once again. Shwa! Another blue ice arrow hit the ice seal at the entrance. The power of the ice arrow also froze the other guards who were rushing over. In just a few short breaths, 10 ice sculptures stood at the entrance of the storage room, forming a small ice mountain that completely blocked the entrance. Haha, great! Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhao Feng couldn't help but laugh. The small ice mountain at the entrance became a huge obstacle that prevented the guards nearby from getting close. The moment they got close, they would be sealed in ice. The cold energy released by the explosion of the 2 ice arrows was extraordinary. Zhao Feng's left eye pierced through the ice and saw Quan Chen's true force, blood, and life. Chapter 181. 10 lifelike, human-shaped ice sculptures were sealed together, forming a small ice mountain that emitted bone-chilling cold air. This included Quan Chen, who was at the center of the ice layer, who was in a desperate situation. Zhao Feng estimated that Quan Chen's body would be frozen in half a day to 2 to 3 days before he would die. With Quan Chen's cultivation not even at the 5th sky of the Ascended Realm, he wouldn't be able to break through the power of the 2 arrows. Only Yangon would have the ability to break through the ice. Although the damage of the ice arrows hasn't increased, the effects have exceeded my expectations. Zhao Feng nodded his head with a smile. The current situation was good for Zhao Feng. The small ice mountain had sealed the entrance of the treasury, turning it into a powerful wall. Zhao Feng didn't need to set up a soundproof array, so he could do whatever he wanted in the treasury. With a flash, Zhao Feng arrived in front of a cabinet. The tattered cloak in the cabinet was translucent like a shadow. It exuded a mysterious and simple aura that made one's heart beat faster. After the delay just now, the energy of the array covering the cabinet had recovered, and Zhao Feng was about to start attacking again. Pum! Zhao Feng thrust out his palm and lightning flashed, causing the cabinet to shake slightly and the array's power to dim slightly. After comprehending a bit of the floating crest lightning seal, Zhao Feng's lightning wind palm had reached the high level. The 5th level of the lightning wind palm was at the high level and its power greatly increased. At this level, the palm could cause lightning to rumble and it could numb the opponent within its range. To reach this level, one needed to comprehend a bit of the power of lightning. If it wasn't for the floating crest lightning seal, Zhao Feng would have needed a long time to train his lightning wind palm to this level. Pung! Pung! The frequency of Zhao Feng's attacks wasn't high, and he didn't use his full power, but the power of each attack could easily defeat those at the fourth sky. The fifth level of the lightning wind palm is indeed powerful, and after merging the floating crest lightning seal, it's like adding wings to a tiger. Zhao Feng could feel the power of lightning in each palm. Every palm strike contained lightning arcs and thunder that could numb the opponent. For those with weak foundations, one palm from Zhao Feng could numb the opponent's body. Under the barrage of attacks, Zhao Feng continued to perfect the lightning wind palm in his mind. The lightning wind palm was a crude skill, and the creator of this skill hadn't had the time to perfect it. Zhao Feng had been trying to perfect it, but his progress was average. Now that he had the floating crest lightning seal as a reference, his progress was leaps and bounds. While perfecting it, the danger of the lightning wind palm decreased, but its power increased. This meant that the fifth level of the lightning wind palm was much more powerful than others after being perfected by Zhao Feng. In the battle just then, he had used this to force Quan Chen back. One had to know that Quan Chen's cultivation was close to the peak fourth sky, and he had a middle-grade mortal weapon. But under this situation, he was still forced back by Zhao Feng. From this, one could see the power of the lightning wind palm. If Zhao Feng used his bloodline power, he could even kill Quan Chen with one palm. Pung! Pung! Zhao Feng's attacks were at a steady pace, and every time he attacked, the array's power would dim a little. At the same time, the array would automatically repair itself and resist Zhao Feng's destructive power. But overall, the array's power was slowly weakening. With each attack, Zhao Feng continued to perfect the lightning wind palm, decreasing the danger of this skill and increasing its power. Of course, there was a limit to his stamina. Every half an hour, Zhao Feng would take a break, and every 4 hours he would take a small sip of spiritual wine or spiritual pills. In the blink of an eye, 2 to 3 days had passed. Pum! Crack! The thunderous palm strike struck the power of the spell formation, shattering the white light layer by layer. Zhao Feng was overjoyed as he quickly took out the tattered cloak from the cabinet. Although the array had been broken, according to Zhao Feng's understanding, the array would slowly repair itself so that the cabinet would be protected once more. Zhao Feng inspected the dark gray cloak and injected some true force into it to study it. The cloak didn't change much after injecting a small amount of true force, but it seemed to become more transparent. Zhao Feng put it on his back and injected more true force as well as some bloodline power, causing the cloak to become more transparent. Suddenly, an invisible aura surrounded Zhao Feng's body. Zhao Feng's body felt light, as if he had turned into air. He used his left eye to observe and realized that the light around him was distorted, affecting his vision. Invisibility. Zhao Feng's eyes flashed as he spat out 2 words. In the eyes of other living beings, Zhao Feng was transparent. He didn't think that the cloak would have such a special ability. Other than that, when the cloak's power flowed, Zhao Feng's body became as light as a leaf as he was buffed by a special power. Shua! A ghostly figure flashed in the treasury room a few feet away. Zhao Feng felt his movement speed increase, and his body became more agile. After some research, Zhao Feng understood that the cloak had the ability to increase speed and invisibility. But for some reason, when he injected true force into the cloak, it didn't have any obvious effect. Only when he injected his bloodline power could it unleash its full potential. Maybe it's because the cloak itself is tattered. Zhao Feng didn't think much about it. He estimated that in a few more hours, the 10-day time limit for the 3rd trial would be up. At that time, all the disciples would be hunted down by the black metal monsters. No one would be able to block an attack from someone at the true spirit realm. Zhao Feng scanned the treasury room and sighed as he walked out. The ice mountain at the entrance had weakened greatly. Zhao Feng's expression changed dramatically as he looked at it. Lightning wind palm. Zhao Feng's full-force palm smashed into the ice mountain. Lightning crackled and lightning flashed. Crack! The ice mountain shattered, and most of the armored guards that were sealed in ice also shattered. However, there was nothing in the center of the ice. Quan Chen's figure was nowhere to be seen. This floating crest trial is really a righteous trial. Isn't this too merciful? Once a disciple is on the verge of death, the floating crest token in their body will teleport them out. Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled as he analyzed the cause and effect. There was a floating crest token in every disciple's body. This way, the only way to kill a disciple was to kill them with overwhelming power, such as killing them in an instant. Over the past few days, Zhao Feng had been attacking the array and perfecting the lightning wind palm in his mind, so he didn't pay much attention to the outside world. He didn't know when Quan Chin had disappeared. Oh well, that Quan Chin is just a clown. With my current strength, killing him shouldn't be hard at all. Zhao Feng's figure flashed as he headed out of the building. Who? The cloak on his back fluttered, and a mysterious power enveloped his body. In a flash, Zhao Feng's aura became obscure, like a transparent shadow. Most of the guards in the building couldn't sense Zhao Feng's existence at all. The tattered cloak could make Zhao Feng invisible. If he moved quickly, he would only be seen as a shadow. At this point in time, Zhao Feng's speed was comparable to the fifth sky of the Ascended Realm. More importantly, to activate the power of the cloak, it only required the power of the blood meridians as a primer to activate it, after which it could be maintained with true power. It could be used continuously. I'll call it the Yin Shadow Cloak. Zhao Feng calmly left the building as if there was no one around. As soon as he left the castle, Zhao Feng suddenly felt an unknown pressure, as if something terrifying was staring at him. At the same instant, the disciples in the Sky Boundary Island, Yong'an, Beimoi, Ran Xiaoyan all felt a sense of danger. The invisible pressure caused the hearts of the trial disciples to skip a beat. Was the pursuit about to begin? Zhao Feng murmured to himself as he scanned his surroundings with his left eye. Suddenly, a ripple appeared 10 yards away, and a terrifying aura appeared out of nowhere, making it hard for him to breathe. Whoa! A dazzling white door of light appeared 100 feet away, and a huge blurry figure slowly walked out from it. Taking a closer look, it was a metal monster with a pair of wings on its back. It was 3 stories tall, and its eyes were a deep green. Its entire body was surrounded by a layer of dark green light. Its tyrannical aura was like a storm, rushing in all directions. Run! Zhao Feng's expression changed slightly as he flew off into the distance. The black metal monster roared, and the sound made Zhao Feng's heart jump. Who? The wings on the black metal monster's back flapped, and it leapt into the air towards Zhao Feng. Pursuit! A pursuit from someone at the true spirit realm. Zhao Feng felt a suffocating pressure, and he turned into a blur as he ran off into the distance. Luckily, the black metal monster's initial speed was comparable to those at the second sky of the Ascended Realm, which was slightly faster than the first stage. Luckily, it's not that fast. Zhao Feng let out a breath. If the black metal monster's speed was too fast, no one would be able to last half a day, even if they were on par with the cultivators. Being at the true spirit realm, the black metal monster's true force would be dozens of times denser than the cultivators, and it would be able to chase them for a couple of months. In just a while, Zhao Feng had lost the black metal monster. But if he paused for even a second, the black metal monster would soon catch up. What was even scarier was that Zhao Feng could feel that the black metal monster's speed was increasing as time passed. The longer the last stage, the stronger the pursuit will be. This means that the black metal monster's speed can reach the true spirit realm. Zhao Feng took a deep breath. There were many treasures on the Sky Boundary Island, but the trial wouldn't allow you to find treasures without any pressure. At the same time, the remaining disciples on the Sky Boundary Island were all being chased within the ancient garden. They're still here, but unfortunately, Beimoi's figure jumped out of a dark green palace and he ran around in circles. Behind him, the black metal monster chased relentlessly. Its terrifying aura scared away the nearby demonic beasts. It was unstoppable. At this moment, Behemoth's aura was extremely strong. 2 days ago, he had broken through to the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm, but he could only run. Tall Tower Forest. Yongan, who was half a step into the 6th sky of the Ascended Realm, could only run. Facing those at the true spirit realm, no matter if they were at the 4th or 6th sky, they would be instantly killed without a doubt. All the disciples on the Sky Boundary Island were forced to run for their lives. In the trial, the longer you survive, the better your result will be. The final charge had just begun. Chapter 182. At the entrance of the floating Crest Palace, the 5 elders sat cross-legged on the ground and were silent for a long time. In the blink of an eye, 18 days had passed in the floating crest trial. Ever since the 8th day, no one had been eliminated. 18 days. It should be the final stage now. First Elder slowly said. The 5 at the true spirit realm had solemn expressions. Granny Luiwe and the Broken Moon clanmaster's eyes were filled with worry. According to past experience, even in the best generation, at least half of the people would be eliminated, and most of the time, there would only be 2 or 3 people left. But this generation, there were 7 disciples left, and none of them had been eliminated. There must be something that affected the trial. Maybe it's for the best, or maybe it's for the worst. High-Yin Master said calmly, as long as the floating crest palace hasn't closed, it means that there are still survivors inside. Elder Shui sighed softly. His disciple, Sun Yuanhao, had already been kicked out, so he didn't have much hope for the trial. The only thing he couldn't forget was Zhao Feng, the person who had kicked his disciple out. Right at this moment, Wang, an azure light, flashed at the entrance. The eyes of the 5 at the true spirit realm lit up as joy appeared on their faces. Someone had finally come out. In their vision, a cold figure appeared on the stairs. Chen High-Yin Master didn't know if he was happy or surprised. The person who had been eliminated was his disciple, Quan Chen. There weren't any injuries on Quan Chen's body, but he kept on shivering. Master. Tears filled Quan Chen's eyes as he fell onto the ground with a plop. Let me. Granny Luiwe waved her hand, and a warm green true force entered Quan Chen's body. Soon, the coldness in Quan Chen's body was dissolved. What pure coldness! It seems to have the aura of an ancient bloodline. Luckily, it's very weak. Granny Luiwe was shocked. What happened to you? Why did you end up like this? High-Yin Master asked. Hatred could be seen in Quan Chen's eyes as he gritted his teeth. It's Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng? The elders exchanged glances with one another. Why is it related to Zhao Feng again? It wasn't easy for this disciple to conquer the core of an ancient castle, but that Zhao Feng intervened midway. This disciple had no choice but to join forces with him. Who would have thought that this guy would be so shameless as to stab me in the back? Quan Chen's eyes were about to spit fire as if he wanted to tear Zhao Feng apart. It was that Zhao Feng again. The elders were enraged. This Zhao Feng, just how many people does he want to kill before he's satisfied? Elder Shui was enraged as he released his true spirit aura, which made Quan Chen's heart jump. Could it be that this Zhao Feng has offended someone else? The elders, including the patriarch, were enraged. How could there be such a scum in the sect? Only the first elder frowned slightly, his expression still rather calm. We'll investigate these grudges after the trial ends. The most important thing now is to figure out the situation in the trial. The gazes of the patriarch and the others all turned towards Quan Chen. Right now, everyone wanted to know the situation of the others in the floating crest trial. Quan Chen immediately told them what had happened in the trial. Of course, he described some of Zhao Feng's actions. For example, when a fellow disciple was poisoned, Zhao Feng didn't help them and even mocked them. For example, This shameless bastard had stolen his scarlet blood fruit. Every time Quan Chen mentioned Zhao Feng's actions, the eyebrows of the elders would furrow. As for Zhao Feng's actions, Quan Chen didn't mention a single word. It's incredible that all 7 of you passed the second stage. The 5 true spirit realm experts let out a breath. After confirming that all 7 disciples had passed the third stage, the elders were overjoyed. As for why they could pass the second stage, Quan Chen's explanation was teamwork. According to your description, the second stage was extremely dangerous. Even if you all worked together, it would be hard for all of you to pass without any casualties. There must be another reason. First Elder's eyes twinkled as he grasped the key point. The other elders faintly nodded their heads. They knew more about the floating crest trial than the other disciples. Maybe there's another reason. That shameless bastard, Zhao Feng, somehow got lucky and comprehended a mental energy sound wave that could counter those bats. Quan Chen stuttered and didn't give a clear answer. Mental energy sound wave? A light flashed in First Elder's eyes as he exchanged glances with the patriarch. With their experience, how could they not see the flaws in Quan Chen's description? Oh, right, Chen. What did you get from the trial? What's the reward? Hai Yun Master smiled and changed the topic. Hearing this, the elders all revealed expressions of interest. Quan Chen was someone who had passed the third stage after all, so there should be some rewards. Disciple score was 150 trial points, which I exchanged for a high-class mortal skill. Apart from that, I also got some resources and weapons. Quan Chen handed over his rewards. The high-class mortal skill was the final reward. His other gains, such as heaven and earth spiritual objects, divine weapons, and tools, were all pretty good. Of course, he didn't get any high-class mortal weapons or higher, but he used a few of the valuable resources that he could use. 150 trial points. This result is not bad. To be able to get a high-class mortal skill, you've contributed a lot to the clan. Quan Chen praised. There weren't many high-class mortal skills in the entire clan. An additional mortal level upper tier cultivation technique would also increase the strength of the sect. 150 trial points. In all the previous trials, this result has always been above average. First Elder nodded his head with a smile. The elders were full of expectations for the remaining disciples. A total of 7 people had lasted until the end of the trial. This was the first time in the past 100 years. If Quan Chen could have such a great harvest, then the rest of the disciples would probably have even greater gains as well. It's been 18 days. In the past 10 floating crest trial, only Brother Haiyan was able to last more than a month. Granny Luiwe smiled with a red face. Hai Yun Master had broken the floating crest trial's record in the past 100 years. In the past tens of years, he was the only one who had lasted more than a month. This was an extremely good result. But this time's momentum had exceeded their expectations, and they might even have the chance to break Hai Yun Master's record. Anticipation. The elders were filled with excitement and eagerness. What would be the highest score this time? Could it break Hai Yun Master's record? Including Hai Yun Master, he had an expectant look on his face. Bei moi, don't disappoint me. Floating crest trial, Sky Boundary Island. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Zhao Feng's figure was stable as he flew across the ice mountains. He used half of his original speed and easily left the black metal monster far behind. This monster's speed is becoming faster and faster. Zhao Feng's figure stopped as he felt the pressure. According to his estimations, the black metal monster's speed would reach the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm by the 5th day of chasing. Once one's speed reached the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm, even Yonggan, who was the strongest in the trial, wouldn't be able to survive. Because the black metal monster had reached the true spirit realm, it wouldn't run out of energy or need to rest. And the disciples needed to rest and recover their energy. This meant that the speed of the black metal monster reaching the 4th sky would be a huge difference. Furthermore, Some of the disciples hadn't reached the fourth sky, and they wouldn't be able to last until the fifth day. The first day, the second day, the third day, the disciples on the sky boundary island felt more and more pressure. The black metal monster didn't know tiredness, and it didn't need to recover. On the third day, both Lu Yu and Lin Fan were struggling. Their cultivations were both at the third sky, and the black metal monster's speed wasn't much slower than theirs. As for the others, Bei Moi and Ran Xiaoyuan had both reached the fourth sky. The strongest, Yonggan, was half a step into the sixth sky of the ascended realm. The results of this trial had exceeded everyone's expectations, and it had squeezed out the potential of many trial takers. If this continues, the black metal monster's speed will be able to catch up to me on the seventh day. Zhao Feng's eyebrows locked together. He realized that if he continued to run, he wouldn't be able to escape. Vaguely, he had a different train of thought. Instead of being chased, why not kill the enemy first? If it was anyone else, they would only have one choice in front of someone at the true spirit realm, and that was to run, because facing someone at the true spirit realm head-on meant death. But running was a passive option. Furthermore, the black metal monster's speed would become faster, and sooner or later, they would have to face it. I'll kill the black metal monster. A terrifying thought appeared in Zhao Feng's mind. Rather than passively running away, it was better to nip the danger in the bud. Right at this moment, the black metal monster's shadow flapped its wings and approached from afar. The terrifying aura made it hard for Zhao Feng to breathe. Zhao Feng thought, there are some extremely dangerous existences in the sky boundary island. Even those at the true spirit realm might die if they're not careful. Thinking up to here, he suddenly changed direction. Destination, Dragon Snake Ice River. Zhao Feng's speed increased dramatically as he secretly circulated the Yin Shadow cloak and headed towards the pond where the blue crystal tear was. Although his Yin Shadow cloak could make him invisible, it couldn't hide from existences at the true spirit realm. Furthermore, he had the floating crest token in his body. No matter how fast he ran, he wouldn't be able to escape from the black metal monster. For hours later, a cold pond appeared in front of him. The water within the pond was a weird blue, and the surroundings were filled with ice and snow. Zhao Feng came near the pond and felt the coldness almost freeze his life force. He circulated his bloodline power and took out the Luoho Bao, only to feel the coldness decrease by half. A part of the coldness was blocked by his bloodline power, while the other part was absorbed by the Luoho Bao. The blue symbol on the bow was like an ice lotus that gave off a faint blue light. Zhao Feng stood near the pond and waited silently. He took a deep breath and glanced at the pond. Only he knew that there was a forbidden existence within the pond that had turned the entire sky boundary island into a world of ice and snow. What kind of power was this? The terrifying aura from the black metal monster came closer and closer. It's coming. The black metal monster roared savagely as it entered his field of vision. Zhao Feng's azure hair danced in the wind, and the Yin Shadow cloak behind him fluttered with the wind, giving off an ancient and mysterious aura. Chapter 183. At this moment, Zhao Feng stopped and faced the terrifying black metal monster, an invincible existence at the true spirit realm. This was something that none of the participants in the trial dared to think about. Fight against the black metal monster? Without any suspense, any of the trial disciples would be instantly killed. With Zhao Feng's cultivation at the third sky of the ascended realm, he was obviously no exception. His face was calm as he opened his left eye to the maximum, and the azure light in his eye seemed to be able to see through one's heart. With his supervision, Zhao Feng could control everything around him. Heaven, earth, yuan, qi, dust, particles, light, heartbeat, breathing, every action of the black metal monster was under Zhao Feng's control. Although the black metal monster's speed wasn't fast, Zhao Feng knew that once it got close, it would be hard for him to block a single attack. The difference between the ascended realm and the true spirit realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. Even those at the peak seventh sky of the ascended realm were just slightly bigger ants in front of those at the true spirit realm. Who? The black metal monster flapped its wings, and a dark azure light surrounded its body as it charged toward Zhao Feng with a momentum that seemed to be able to crush everything in its path. Zhao Feng's left, I started to calculating the black metal monster's speed and attack range. At a certain moment, the black metal monster was within 10 yards of Zhao Feng. The 10 yards range was within the black metal monster's attack range. Suddenly, Zhao Feng felt a suffocating pressure, and his blood and true force seemed to be suppressed. If it was someone else at the second or third sky of the ascended realm, they probably wouldn't even be able to circulate their true force. At this critical moment, Zhao Feng roared as his bloodline power started to boil and merge into the true force defensive layer around him. Who? At the same time, the Yin shadow cloak on Zhao Feng's back flapped, and his body became as light as a feather as he flew towards the freezing pond. Pum! The strong tornado and the dark cyan light bombarded the place where Zhao Feng had been standing. The ice layer cracked, and the water in the cold pond splashed everywhere. The water in the cold pond was extremely cold. When a portion of it fell on the black metal monster, its speed slowed down. However, since the black metal monster had reached the true spirit realm, a dark azure light flashed across its body and neutralized the external force. It only had one goal, and that was to kill Zhao Feng. Thump! Zhao Feng's body suddenly fell into the cold pond and dived down. Without hesitation, the black metal monster dove into the cold pond. The terrifying coldness invaded and formed a layer of frost on the surface of its body. Zhao Feng chuckled. His body, which had fallen into the cold pond, was suddenly surrounded by a layer of pale green blood. His bloodline power burst out, and the Yin shadow cloak released a powerful pushing force. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, Zhao Feng returned to midair from the cold pond. Speed! This was the advantage that Zhao Feng had over the black metal monster. In that instant, he had used all his bloodline power, and with the help of the Yin shadow cloak, his speed was comparable to those at the sixth sky of the ascended realm. At this moment, the black metal monster had fallen into the cold pond and couldn't come up in time. Firstly, its speed was limited. Secondly, its body was too big, and the terrifying coldness from the depths of the pond had spread even further. If this was the case, the black metal monster's strength at the true spirit realm would be able to deal with it easily. Sleep forever. Zhao Feng took a deep breath and took out the Luoho bow in midair. With the addition of his bloodline power, the Luoho bow radiated a powerful true force, and the blue ice lotus on the bow gave off a bright light. So. The 3 blue ice arrows turned into an icy blue rainbow in rapid succession, leading a terrifying flow of cold air into the cold pond. After entering the cold pond, the power of the blue ice arrows increased dramatically. This was because the power of the blue arrows and the Luoho bow came from the cold pond. In the cold pond, the power of the blue ice arrows doubled. Zhao Feng's bloodline power also doubled the power of the ice arrows. Moreover, 3 arrows were shot out, which was much more powerful than a single arrow. With all these factors, the power of the ice arrows shot out by Zhao Feng reached an unbelievable level. The 3 ice arrows successfully broke through the black metal monster's defense. The first arrow broke, the second stabbed into the black metal monster, and the third exploded. The terrifying coldness instantly covered the black metal monster. The frost on the surface of the black metal monster was condensing at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming a layer of ice crystals. In the cold pond, the freezing effect of the ice arrows was doubled, and the explosion of 3 arrows was even more so. The black metal monster's body started to subconsciously sink down. This was the beginning of the nightmare, and it decided that it would sleep forever. This was because the blue crystal tear was 2 or 3 yards below it. Zhao Feng had already planned where to land and lured the black metal monster to the blue crystal tear. Zhao Feng knew how terrifying the blue crystal tear was. A trace of its origin power was enough to change the climate of Sky Boundary Island. It was a forbidden existence on Sky Boundary Island. The deeper the black metal monster fell, the stronger the power of ice became. When it was a few feet away from the blue crystal tear, a blue ripple spread. Hiss, hiss! The struggling black metal monster's body froze. An enormous power inside its body froze. Retreat! Zhao Feng felt a familiar and terrifying coldness. He pushed his bloodline power, and the dark shadow cloaked to the limit and turned into a translucent shadow that soared into the sky, fleeing higher and further away. As soon as Zhao Feng left the freezing pond, a heart-shaking aura of coldness spread. In the air, a layer of cold air spread out hundreds of yards with the pond as the center. Zhao Feng had already flown hundreds of meters into the air, but he could still feel the terrifying coldness, which made his body tremble. Luckily, he had bloodline power, and the Luoho Bao could absorb a portion of the coldness. With the help of the Yin Shadow Cloak, Zhao Feng could fly for a longer distance in the air. He flew 1 to 2 miles in one breath before landing on the ground. Flying 1 to 2 miles was comparable to flying. If it wasn't for the Yin Shadow Cloak and bloodline power, Zhao Feng wouldn't have been able to do this. After escaping from danger, Zhao Feng let out a long breath and looked towards the direction of the pond. In the cold pond, there was a deathly silence. Zhao Feng could imagine that the black metal monster would be sealed in ice by the freezing pond and fall into an eternal slumber. At the same time, the entire Sky Boundary Island's climate worsened. Just then, the temperature of the Sky Boundary Island dropped by tens of degrees, and water turning into ice wasn't enough to describe it. One had to be at least at the third sky of the Ascended Realm to be able to resist the coldness. Only those at the fourth sky of the Ascended Realm or higher could withstand it. Why did the temperature drop again? 100 miles away, Baimoi, who was being chased by the black metal monster, had a weird look on his face. Baimoi's eyebrows furrowed. He had experienced this situation 10 days ago. He had a feeling that it wasn't the Sky Boundary Island itself, but someone else's. Being close to the Earth's spiritual body, he was more sensitive to the changes in the heaven-earth Yuan Qi than others. The other disciples that were being chased, with Yangon as their leader, all felt the weather worsen. Lin Fan and Lu Yu, who had lower cultivations, felt it harder and harder. Correspondingly, most of the demonic beasts on the heavenly boundary island either died or hid in their nests due to the low temperature. No one could have expected that at this moment a monstrous existence would directly cause the invincible black iron behemoth to fall into an eternal slumber. Hee, I've killed the danger. What can this last trial do to me? Zhao Feng smiled faintly. Without the pursuit of the giant black metal monster, he relaxed and returned to the previous castle. In the treasury room of the mansion, with the cover of the Yin Shadow Cloak, Zhao Feng was familiar with the terrain. There were hundreds of cabinets in the treasury. Zhao Feng chose his second target. Should I get a divine weapon this time? Zhao Feng smiled. There were many weapons in the treasury, and most of them were at the spiritual grade. In the Broken Moon clan, they would be the treasures of the clan. But after thinking about it, Zhao Feng rejected the idea. A spiritual grade weapon was too far for him at his current level. Even if they managed to obtain a spirit grade divine weapon, they would most likely have to hand it over to the sect. Keeping it in their hands would only be a hot potato, and it would only bring disaster upon them. According to what Zhao Feng knew, many cultivators at the true spirit realm didn't even have a spiritual grade weapon. If he, a disciple at the Ascended Realm, had a spiritual grade weapon, he would be courting death. Therefore, Zhao Feng rejected the idea and looked for another target. What's this? Zhao Feng's gaze landed on a relatively large cabinet. Inside the cabinet were some metal parts such as a head, arm, armor, all of them were gold. Zhao Feng simulated them in his mind and instantly formed a golden armor guard. It was similar to the silver and black armor guards in the palace, but the material and appearance were more exquisite. How strong are these golden armor guards? If I can put them together, can they be used by me? Zhao Feng thought. He had a lot of knowledge in his mind, and he had some guesses as to where these guards came from. Among the many ancient inheritances, there was one known as the puppet inheritance. The guards in the mansion should all be mechanical puppets. Mechanical puppets were puppets that could be controlled by humans through special array patterns and energy cores combined with high-grade materials. Since they're puppets, they don't have their own intelligence. As long as they have an energy core, they can be controlled. Zhao Feng thought for a while before shaking his head and giving up. Mechanical puppets were, in the end, external objects. Zhao Feng resisted the temptation of borrowing external power. Even if he analyzed that the golden armor guard strength was at least at the seventh sky of the ascended realm, it might even be able to fight against those at the true spirit realm. Looking around, Zhao Feng found another target. It was a gray hatched egg about the size of a fist. The surface of the eggshell was engraved with a layer of strange patterns. Zhao Feng opened his left eye, but he couldn't see through the egg. What was even more unbelievable was that he could faintly feel a faint aura of life within the egg. There's still an aura of life? If it wasn't for his left eye, Zhao Feng wouldn't have believed it. The floating crest palace had existed for a long time. For the Broken Moon clan, this palace had at least 10,000 years of history. It was hard to imagine that there was still an aura of life within this egg after more than 10,000 years. And I'll give it a try. In any case, I'm not being hunted at the moment. Although there are no obvious flaws in the formation of this cabinet, with my current strength, I should be able to resolve it in 6 to 7 days. Zhao Feng murmured to himself. Chapter 184. Pung pung, pung pung. Zhao Feng circulated his lightning wind palm, and lightning flashed and thunder boomed as his attacks landed on the cabinet again and again. This cabinet didn't have any obvious flaws in the array, and it had a strong self-recovery ability. The gray hatched egg in the cabinet was not damaged in the slightest by the repeated attacks. At the start, Zhao Feng was still cautious, but after observing and attacking, he found that the egg was tougher than he had expected. If it was a normal egg, Zhao Feng's lightning wind palm would be able to shatter it. However, this was an egg that had existed for tens of thousands of years, and it still had an aura of life, so it couldn't be measured by normal standards. At the entrance of the collection room, several lifelike, human-shaped ice sculptures blocked the entrance. At this moment, there was no outside force that could disturb Zhao Feng. The biggest threat had been killed by him, and he could now reap the spoils of war without any worries. In the entire Floating Crest trial, probably only Zhao Feng could do this so easily. The other trial disciples were all scared out of their wits by the black iron behemoths. They ran all over the map and didn't have the time to look for fortuitous encounters. On the 4th day of the trial, there were already people who couldn't hold on any longer. At this moment, the speed of the black metal monsters had reached the 3rd sky of the Ascended Realm. Lin Fan and Lu Yu, who were both at the 3rd sky of the Ascended Realm, were panting from exhaustion. In this extreme pursuit, their speed was pushed to the maximum, and their speed was comparable to the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm. However, no matter how fast they increased their speed, they still used up a lot of energy. The black metal monsters didn't need to rest, and they didn't know exhaustion. At the true spirit realm, they didn't need to use up any energy at all. Those at the true spirit realm could absorb the heaven-earth yuan qi from the outside world to replenish their energy. On the other hand, those at the ascended realm were at the ascended realm, but they could only communicate with the heaven-earth yuan qi from the outside world to refine their true force. The difference between the two realms was huge. On the 4th day, Lu Yu, and Lin Fan were both eliminated. The instant they were attacked by the black metal monsters, an azure light enveloped their bodies. Lin Fan's face turned red, and his breathing became difficult. The true power and blood in his body seemed to have frozen, and he could not move at all. Persevering until here is already my limit, Lin Fan closed his eyes. In reality, being able to reach this step was already an achievement that exceeded one's imagination. In the previous trials, it could be considered as an excellent result. For some unknown reason, at the moment of life and death, a figure appeared in Lin Fan's mind. It was a green-haired, evil-looking young man. Ever since he entered the trial, he had been calm and collected. I wonder how he is right now, Lin Fan muttered in his heart. Buzz, the floating crest token in his body, let out a weird sound as a transparent, azure glow covered it. Then Lin Fan disappeared. The black metal monster that was chasing him also stepped into the light door and disappeared. Floating Crest Palace, entrance of the stairs. Lu Yu, and Lin Fan walked out of the Floating Crest Palace. Yu Granny Lu Yue was overjoyed. Seeing that Lu Yu was safe, she heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Yu, and Lin Fan both lasted for 22 days, and their results were better than Quan Chen's. First, Lu Yu's score was 178, while Quan Chen's was only 150. The trial result, 178. This is already a pretty good result. It's close to the previous, first place. Granny Lu Yue praised. After all, Lu Yu's cultivation was the lowest amongst the disciples. Lu Yu's gains were the same as Quan Chen's, but her cultivation was lower, so she wasn't as good as Quan Chen in terms of fortune. Lin Fan lasted an hour longer than Lu Yu, and when he exited, his cultivation was close to the peak third sky of the Ascended Realm. Lin Fan, what's your score? Granny Lu Yue smiled and asked. Lin Fan's status was the lowest amongst the disciples. Most of the other trial disciples had sect experts at the elder level behind them. 326. Lin Fan carefully reported his score. What? Hearing this, the expressions of the elders changed dramatically. 326. You're not joking? Hai Yun Master stared at Lin Fan, and his powerful true spirit aura made the latter's breathing slow. 326. This score far surpassed the previous first place. In the past, the geniuses that lasted a few days longer than Lin Fan didn't even have such a high score. Disciple didn't lie. My score is indeed 326. Lin Fan took a deep breath. Immediately after, Lin Fan reported the source of his points. First test, 20 points. Second test, 30 points. The third trial, surviving the pursuit for 4 days, the reward was 40 trial points. Apart from that, overall score, 236 points. Overall score, 326. How is this possible? How can your overall score be so high? Lu Yu said in disbelief. Her score was only 80 to 90 points, but Lin Fan's score was more than double hers. However, Lin Fan's results were even better than Lu Yu's and Quan Chen's. Lin Fan had obtained a high-grade mortal weapon and exchanged it for a peak-grade mortal skill. His other gains were also more than Lu Yu's. Peak-grade mortal skill. The elders all took in a deep breath and completely believed in Lin Fan. On the continent, spiritual skills were almost extinct, and even those at the true spirit realm might not be able to learn them. In this way, the value of a mortal level top rank cultivation technique was exceptionally high. Lin Fan, you've made a great contribution to the clan by obtaining a peak grade mortal skill. If you give this skill to the clan, you'll be able to learn it for free, and the clan will reward you with a large amount of contribution points as well as other compensation. Once a skill reached the high grade mortal grade, words and paper wouldn't be able to contain its meaning. It was usually done by merging the skill, intent, and scene into something. The peak grade mortal skill that Lin Fan had obtained was the same. If he gave it to the clan, he would be able to learn it for free and exchange it for a large amount of contribution points. The more valuable spoils of war from the Floating Crest trial were given to the clan and would receive a large amount of compensation. Lin Fan didn't complain because the Floating Crest Palace belonged to the clan, and without the help of an elder at the True Spirit Realm, it couldn't be opened. Lin Fan, why is your score so much higher than yours? Granny Luiwet asked. That's because Lin Fan fell into a short memory. In the third trial, he had met Zhao Feng and received pointers from him. He had indeed gone to the mountain valley and had some experiences in a weird village. In the end, he had obtained a floating crest seal. This floating crest seal didn't have anything special about it, but it could be exchanged for 100 points. Therefore, Lin Fan had an advantage of 100 points compared to the other participants. Disciple accidentally fell into a mountain valley in a small village. Lin Fan was very smart and didn't mention Zhao Feng. There was something fishy about this matter. It was Zhao Feng's secret, and he was just sharing it with them. Without Zhao Feng's permission, he wouldn't tell anyone else. Your talent is average, but your luck is good. If you work hard, you might be able to achieve great things. The Broken Moon clan master nodded her head and smiled. With Lu Yu, and Lin Fan being eliminated, there were only 4 people left in the Floating Crest trial. Yonggan, Beimhua, Ran Xiaoyuan, and Zhao Feng. In the last 10 trials, the one with the best result was Brother Yun Hai, but he only got 400 points. This time, there's a high chance that he'll break the record. The eyes of the Broken Moon clan master and the elders were filled with expectation. The remaining 4 disciples represented the sect master, First Elder, and Hai Yun Elder. This was especially so for First Elder. Both of his disciples hadn't been eliminated. The one with the highest cultivation, Yonggan, was also a disciple of First Elder. Of course, there was also the one with the lowest cultivation, Zhao Feng, who was also a disciple of First Elder. First Elder, this time, Yonggan has a high chance of breaking the record. Granny Luiwet said respectfully, I hope so. First Elder's expression didn't change, but his heart was filled with expectation. Looking at the current situation, Yonggan had the highest chance of getting first and even breaking Hai Yun Master's 100-year record. As for the one with the lowest cultivation, Zhao Feng, the disciple that the elders had the worst impression of, he was completely ignored. First Elder was at most surprised that this brat could last until now. Only one person had a different opinion. That was Lin Fan. Lin Fan had a strange feeling that junior apprentice brother Zhao's trial results would definitely be very high. Apart from instinct, there was another reason. He remembered that Zhao Feng was the only one who resisted the temptation of fortune and didn't immediately take action. Instead, he searched the entire Sky Boundary Island. Just this point alone showed that his vision and ambition far surpassed that of the other trial takers. Floating Crest trial. Time passed by slowly. On the 5th day of the pursuit and the 23rd day of the trial, no one was eliminated. On the 6th day, no one was eliminated. At this moment, the black metal monster's speed had reached the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm. The 4th sky of the Ascended Realm had exceeded the average cultivation of the disciples. After reaching this speed, the black metal monster finally calmed down. Yonggan, Beimhua, and Ran Xiaoyuan all had good fortune in the trial to replenish their true force and yuan qi. Amongst them, Ran Xiaoyuan's cultivation was close to the peak 4th sky of the Ascended Realm, but the black metal monster chasing after her didn't know fatigue and didn't need to rest. On the 7th day of the pursuit, Ran Xiaoyuan had reached her limit. In the end, she was hit by the giant black iron monster. She was enveloped by the cyan light, and her figure disappeared from the trial. Her luck was only average. Ran Xiaoyuan appeared at the entrance of the Floating Crest Palace. Xiaoyuan, the Broken Moon clan master, let out a long breath. Ran Xiaoyuan's score was 335, slightly higher than Lin Fan's score. Not bad, not bad. 335 is even higher than the first place in the previous trials. First Elder said with a smile. This time's floating crest trial had broken a new record. The fourth place was higher than the previous first place. It was hard to imagine what the top three would do. There are 3 people left in the trial: Yangon, Beimoi, and Zhao Feng. The Broken Moon clan master's eyebrows furrowed when she mentioned the last person. None of the elders present, including the clan master, had a good impression of Zhao Feng, especially in the eyes of Elder Shui and Elder Haiyan. Zhao Feng's impression was even worse. But this brat's luck wasn't just good. He had reached the top 3. Chapter 185. Floating Crest Trial. The Last Charge. The pursuit of those at the true spirit realm was endless. Even someone as strong as Yangon, who had reached the peak 5th sky of the Ascended Realm and was half a step into the 6th sky of the Ascended Realm, felt tired. The 8th day of the pursuit, the 26th day of the trial, Yangon's breathing quickened and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The speed of the black metal monster chasing him wasn't fast at all. But after being chased for 7 to 8 days, Yangon couldn't take it anymore. He had prepared some spiritual pills to replenish his stamina and energy, but the effects were getting worse and worse. It wasn't a problem of stamina and energy consumption. His life force was also being depleted, and it was hard to replenish it. My cultivation is the highest, and there shouldn't be a second person on the Sky Boundary Island, Yangon thought. At this moment, the speed of the black metal monster was faster than those at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm. Even Quan Chen and Beimoi at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm would have been eliminated. But Yangon wasn't willing to give up. It hadn't even been a month since the 26th day of the trial. Before the trial, he had heard from his master that Haiyan Master was the one with the best results in the past 100 years, and he was the only one who had lasted more than a month. 1 month. I can only break the record if I can last more than a month. Yangon gritted his teeth. Although his will was strong, his life force was being depleted, and he wouldn't be able to last much longer. So, at a certain moment, Yangon suddenly saw a figure. Who is it? Yangon's heart jumped. The trial had been going on for so long, and there was someone else besides him? Taking a closer look, he saw that it was a youth with an old-fashioned expression. He looked very familiar. The youth's cultivation wasn't high, yet his speed was extremely swift. A jade bottle gourd hung on his chest, and what was even stranger was that he wore a greenish-gold cicada clothes. A pair of thin wings stretched out from his back, and as they flapped swiftly, it caused a gust of wind to flow, causing his entire body to seem as if it was floating in midair, occasionally descending to the ground, occasionally flying up. Beimoi! Yangon's eyes went wide. It was Beimoi. His luck was the best out of all the disciples. From the start, he was sent to the entrance of the ancient garden. In the ancient garden of ruins, he had gained a lot. It was a great opportunity that was hard to come by. The green-gold cicada robe on Beimoi's body was unknown, but with just a bit of true force, he could float in the air like a dragonfly. In terms of speed, Beimoi was comparable to those at the 5th sky of the Ascended Realm. Senior Brother Yang. Beimoi was expressionless as he glanced at Yangon before running away. This scene shook Yangon's heart. There was actually someone else in the trial. What was even more unacceptable was that the other party was much more relaxed than him, not to mention breaking Haiyan Master's 100-year record. It would be very difficult for him to get first. Now that things have come to this, there is only one way. Yangon took a deep breath and turned around, luring the black metal monster into the tall tower forest. Yangon was quite familiar with the tall tower forest. The tower he had been working hard to conquer was in that forest. There were many powerful beasts in the tall tower forest, and there were even Yao beast kings comparable to the true spirit realm. Yangon had a plan in mind, and that was to lure the black metal monsters to the Yao beast king and let the two at the true spirit realm fight. However, he didn't dare to try it. This was because the Yao beast king was at the true spirit realm and had no restrictions on its attack or speed. Once the Yao Beast King locked onto him, Yangon wouldn't even be able to run and would be instantly killed. Furthermore, the Yao Beast King was the king of a beast horde, and there were many subordinates at the 5th, 6th, and even 7th sky nearby. Luckily, because of the harsh temperature of the sky boundary island, most of the subordinates of the Yao Beast King were either dead or in hiding. Unknowingly, the difficulty of Yangon's plan decreased. Not long after, Yangon lured the black metal monster to the area where the Yao Beast King was. At this moment, he took a deep breath and his mental state tensed up. If there was any mistake, he could lose his life. The danger of the Yao Beast King was much greater than the black metal monster. Otherwise, Zhao Feng wouldn't have used this method even if he knew about the Yao Beast King and the other existences at the true spirit realm. Because the risk was too great, roar, an earth-shattering roar came from the forest of tall towers. A ferocious and terrifying three-headed flame lion pounced in this direction. The blazing lion had 3 heads and was covered in flames. It radiated a powerful aura, and the heaven-earth yuan qi undulated. Before it even got close, Yangon felt a burning sensation. "I've been found so quickly." Yangon was surprised. The 3-headed blazing lion had sensed his existence from several miles away. In reality, the Yao Beast King had been alerted by the aura of the black metal monster at the true spirit realm, and the nearby beasts had all run away. Yangon immediately approached the black metal monster. This was an extremely dangerous action and caused Yangon to face both the black metal monster and the Yao Beast King at the same time. However, Yangon understood that the black metal monster was slower and less dangerous. Soon, the 3 flame masters caught up to the black iron behemoth and showed off their strength. The black metal monster ignored them and continued to chase after Yangon. The Yao Beast King was enraged. As the king of this forest, an outsider dared to ignore its existence. As for Yangon, he was completely ignored. Yangon then fell into despair. He ran left and right as the black metal monster chased after him. On the other hand, the Yao Beast King continued to chase after the black metal monster. The black metal monster's defense was extremely strong, and it wasn't heavily injured even after taking many attacks from the Yao Beast King. Raging flames burning heaven, the Beast King unleashed its ultimate move, and an earth-shattering, 3-colored flame shot out from its 3 heads. The flames interwove together, forming a dazzling 3-colored flame that shot towards the black metal monster from the sky. Rumble! A huge crater the size of half a football field was left on the ground. It was full of bumps and hollows, and it was full of cracks. Yangon was a mile away, but he was still slightly injured by the shockwave. Luckily, he didn't take the risk for nothing. One of the black metal monster's wings was broken, and one of its legs was broken. It was only a matter of time before it was finished off by the Yao Beast King. Yangon didn't dare to hesitate and immediately ran out of the tall tower forest in case the Yao Beast King chased after him after killing the black metal monster. If the opponent was at the true spirit realm without any restrictions, no disciple would be able to last. For the next 2 days, Yangon had completely escaped from the pursuit. This risk was worth it. I managed to kill the black metal monster. Yangon let out a long breath as pride and excitement appeared in his eyes. What he didn't know was that he wasn't the first to use this method. If he knew that there was someone who had killed the black metal monster a few days ago and had done it even more easily than him, who knew what Yangon would think? Furthermore, Yangon didn't feel happy for a day or 2 as danger arrived. The 11th day of the pursuit, the 29th day of the trial, 100 feet away, a dazzling white door of light formed, and a gigantic blurry figure walked out. What? Yangon's body froze, and he found it hard to breathe. Why is there another one? Run. Yangon made his decision and ran away before the black metal monster came out. The black metal monster that came out this time had the same aura as before, and its initial speed had reached the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm. Inside the treasury of the castle, Pung pung, pung pung. Zhao Feng circulated his lightning wind palm and continued to attack. The array in the cabinet dimmed by half. In another 2 days, this formation will be broken. Zhao Feng smiled as he looked at the egg in the cabinet. He secretly guessed that there would be some kind of rare species in the egg. Could it be a spirit beast or a rare bird from ancient legends? In the clan world, there were some experts who had obtained the hatchling or egg of a Yao beast by chance and took it as a mount or pet. Some spiritual beasts had strong battle power and could even fight on their own. Apparently, the Broken Moon clan had a golden ashen giant eagle that could carry several people, and in terms of battle power, it could kill cultivators at the 6th or 7th sky of the Ascended Realm. Zhao Feng's breathing suddenly stopped as a terrifying aura pressed down on his heart. It was as if something was staring at him. This feeling was very familiar. Outside the storage room, a bright white door of light suddenly appeared, and a huge blurry figure walked out. What, there's more? Zhao Feng was stunned. Calculating the time, it had been 10 days since the pursuit. 10 days. This was an important piece of information. In the 3rd stage of the trial, a black metal giant monster would be sent to hunt him down every 10 days. And now it was the 3rd 10 days. Although Zhao Feng had finished off one black metal monster, the pursuit became stronger as the trial progressed. It wasn't that simple. Pung! The treasury shook slightly as the black metal monster's attack landed on the array. The black metal monster's body was the size of a 3-story building, so it couldn't enter the treasury. But a casual attack from it was enough to shatter the ice around the entrance. Just a wisp of the shockwave almost made Zhao Feng spit out blood. Once he entered the treasury, Zhao Feng would be killed instantly. Run! Zhao Feng controlled the situation with his left eye, and the instant the shockwave disappeared, he turned into a translucent shadow and jumped out of the treasury. Chiu! A faint azure light flashed in the air, which was the sign that Zhao Feng had burned his bloodline power to the max. In a short instant, Zhao Feng's explosive speed had exceeded the 6th sky of the Ascended Realm, and he instantly arrived on the roof opposite the treasury. He was finally out of danger. The pursuit is so strong. This guy's speed is comparable to those at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm. Zhao Feng took in a deep breath. Without hesitation, he did the same thing and lured the black iron behemoth towards the frigid lake. For hours later, the temperature of the sky boundary island dropped to a level that even those at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm couldn't endure. What's going on? The temperature dropped again. 100 miles away, Baimua's expression changed. Behind Baimua, there were 2 black metal behemoths chasing after him from different angles, making it extremely dangerous. At the same time, Zhao Feng looked back after leaving the freezing pond and murmured, "Freezing 2 black metal monsters is already my limit." The forbidden area of the freezing pond near the blue crystal tear was occupied by 2 black metal monsters. If he lured the black metal monsters away, he might not be able to touch the crystal tear's origin power. Furthermore, even those at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm couldn't endure the low temperature of the sky boundary island. If it worsened, Zhao Feng didn't waste a second, and he quickly returned to the treasury. After finishing off the 2nd black metal monster, he still had 10 days, which was enough for him to hatch the egg. Chapter 186. Within the treasury room of the estate. By the time Zhao Feng returned, the protective array of the cabinet had repaired itself a bit more. The gray egg laid quietly in the cabinet, and it didn't move at all, giving off an aura of age. Even after tens of thousands of years, there was still a faint ripple of life within the egg. "Give me 5 more days." Zhao Feng took a deep breath, and his eyes were as sharp as lightning, as if he wanted to see through the egg. Every single item in the collection room was no small matter. Some of the weapons were at the spiritual grade, and they were worth a fortune. What kind of treasure did this egg, which had lived for tens of thousands of years, contain? All the signs pointed to the fact that this egg was not normal. Pum! Pum! Zhao Feng circulated his lightning wind palm and attacked the protective array again and again at a moderate pace. According to his calculations, he would need 5 more days to break through the array. Because of the previous delay, the protective array had recovered a lot, and it would recover faster and faster if he didn't keep attacking. Of the 3 people left on the Sky Boundary Island, Zhao Feng was the one with the easiest time. At this moment, both Yanggan and Bei Moi were being chased, and they didn't have a chance to rest. Among them, Bei Moi was being chased by 2 black metal monsters, and his figure was moving around the Sky Boundary Island. Even in this situation, Bei Moi's expression was calm, and he didn't panic at all. A green gourd hung on Bei Moi's chest, and he was wearing a golden green robe. A pair of wings extended from his back, and he was like a dragonfly as he flew through the complicated environment. In times of difficulty, Bei Moi would take out the green gourd and take a sip of the liquid. This green sky spiritual liquid is indeed miraculous. It can replenish one's life. The corners of Bei Moi's mouth curled up. His smile was filled with confidence and calmness. The emerald sky spiritual liquid was a legendary and rare spiritual liquid. No matter how serious the injury was, as long as one still had one breath left, drinking a mouthful of this spiritual liquid would instantly heal. This spiritual liquid was different from normal spiritual pills, as it could replenish one's life. Every half a day, Bei Moi would drink a small mouthful of the spiritual liquid to replenish his energy. On the other hand, the person who suffered the most was Yanggan. Zhao Feng, who was the most relaxed, killed the second black metal monster and safely dug out the treasure. At the very least, Bei Moi would be able to deal with pursuers. On the other hand, Yanggan's true force, mental energy, and life force were all on the verge of drying up. The second black metal monster had the speed of a cultivator at the 4th sky the moment it appeared, and 2 days later, its speed was comparable to the 5th sky. Time flew by. The 13th day of the pursuit, the 31st day of the trial. It should be more than a month. Yanggan's consciousness was almost blurry. His mental energy, stamina, and all other aspects had reached their limits. He wanted to go to the forest of tall towers and repeat the same trick, but he failed. After killing the black metal monster, the demonic beast king was also injured, and its vitality was greatly damaged. No one knew where it hid. Floating Crest Palace. On the 32nd day of the trial, buzz! The green door of light flashed, and a tired figure appeared at the entrance of the stairs. "Gonna!" the great elder exclaimed, leaving behind an afterimage. His real body had already arrived in front of Yanggan, and a surge of gentle, true spirit energy entered his body. The true spirit realm had gone through 7 transformations and had reached the true spirit realm. The true force within one's body would also change, and it would have the ability to turn something rotten into something magical. It was because of this that the lifespan of those at the true spirit realm could reach 300 years. This was an unimaginable level for normal people. He's in a situation where his life force is exhausted. Granny Luiwa handed over an expensive spiritual pill. Soon, Yanggan's face regained some color, and he said with difficulty, "Master, how many days did I last?" In the last few days, his consciousness was blurry, and he didn't even know how he was kicked out. 32 days. The amount of time you lasted in the trial is almost the same as High Yun Master's. First Elder said with a smile. Apart from High Yun Master, there wasn't a second person who could last for more than a month in the trial. Hearing this, Yanggan felt slightly regretful. He hadn't broken High Yun Master's record. High Yun Master lasted more than a month, but High Yun Master lasted more than him. Even if it was just 1 more day, it was still better than him. That's right, what's your final result and fortune? First Elder's expression was filled with expectation. The purpose of the Floating Crest trial was to obtain more fortune. The better the result, the greater the fortune. Disciple has obtained a total of 457 trial points. Yangon was slightly proud as he reported this result. The clan master and elders also nodded their heads with praise. Yangon was indeed worthy of being the top disciple. His result had far surpassed the previous first place. In terms of fortune, Yangon had obtained a peak-grade mortal weapon. Apart from that, skills and items from the heaven's spirit realm had surpassed the previous few. Peak-grade mortal weapon. Not bad, not bad. Our clan's strength has increased again. In the last 10 trials, apart from Brother Haiyan, no one else has obtained a peak-grade mortal weapon. The elders were pleasantly surprised by this. In the Broken Moon clan, only elders would have peak-grade mortal weapons, and their power was only below spiritual-grade weapons. Yangon couldn't control the peak-grade mortal weapon, so he gave it to the clan and received some compensation. Gon-Er's performance is great. This result is only below Brother Haiyan's in the last 100 years. Elder Shui said with a smile. Yangon felt slightly disappointed in his heart. The number of days he had lasted was only below Haiyan Master's, and he wasn't able to break the record. I remember that Brother Bei is still in the trial, Yangon said, uncertainly. He felt slightly helpless when he mentioned Beimoi. This super genius's luck in the trial was extraordinarily good. It was as if he was blessed with great luck. In the third trial, Yangon was teleported to a group of beasts and was extremely unlucky. On the other hand, Beimoi was teleported to the entrance of the ancient ruins, and his cultivation rose dramatically, as well as several treasures. As for Beimoi, he was able to survive the pursuit of 2 black metal monsters. Even Zhao Feng wouldn't be so lucky to be teleported to a place like this. The Floating Crest trial wasn't just about strength. It was also about character and luck. In front of fortune, luck was even more important than strength. Furthermore, Beimoi was a super genius with both luck and strength. Oh, how's Beimoi doing? Haiyan Master asked with interest and expectation. Yangon didn't hide anything and told them about Beimoi's situation. After hearing this, the 5 at the true spirit realm looked at each other. They didn't think that Beimoi would be so strong and be able to deal with 2 black metal monsters at the same time. Beimoi probably has great luck, or else he wouldn't have such fortune. Maybe this luck will push our Broken Moon clan to rise. The Broken Moon clan master's eyebrows were filled with joy and longing. From the current situation, Beimoi's result would definitely surpass Haiyan Master's and break the 100-year record. Congratulations, Brother Haiyan. You've taken in a genius with great luck and talent. Elder Shui and company congratulated Haiyan Master. In the history of the continent, which one of the legendary figures didn't have great luck. There was even a saying in the world of clans that one didn't have great talent, but one couldn't have no luck. The Scarlet Moon Patriarch had average talent, but he had great luck and had received one of the 4 great inheritances, the Scarlet Moon Inheritance. Compared to the 4 great inheritances, the Floating Crest trial wasn't even worth mentioning. It was like comparing a grain of rice to the moon. From this, one could see the importance of luck. Without a doubt, Beimoi had this tendency. Not only did he have great luck, his talent was also extraordinary. Wait, apart from Beimoi, there seems to be another person in the trial. Haiyan Master suddenly said. First Elder's eyebrows furrowed as he started to think. There was another person. The elders paused and thought about it. Excluding the disciples that had been eliminated in Beimoi, there really was another person. It's that brat, Elder Shui's eyebrows furrowed. There's another person? Yangon's heart shook and his expression was slightly ugly. Elder said that apart from Beimoi, there's another person that hasn't been eliminated. Hearing this news, waves crashed in his heart. Could it be that apart from Beimoi, there was another person that surpassed him? Beimoi was a super genius and had great luck. He could only be helpless if he lost. Did you find any traces of Zhao Feng in the third trial? First Elder asked solemnly. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Brother Zhao? Yangon paused. He didn't expect that person to be Zhao Feng. He said deeply, Disciple hasn't found any traces of him since entering the third trial. Hearing this, First Elder's expression changed slightly. Could it be Elder Shui's eyes were filled with schadenfreude, and Haiyan Master had a mocking smile on his face? Granny Luiwe and the others all had thoughtful expressions. In the Floating Crest trial, apart from passing and being eliminated, there was a third situation, and that was death. True death. Although the Floating Crest trial was a righteous trial, it couldn't guarantee the safety of the participants. In the previous Floating Crest trial, there weren't many deaths, but it was normal. Not long later, the First Elder called over Quan Chin, Lin Fan, Ran Xiaoyuan, and the others. I've only seen Brother Zhao before I was chased. Lin Fan answered. Ran Xiaoyuan and Lu Yu. Er's answers were the same. It was as if Zhao Feng had disappeared ever since the pursuit began. There was no sign of him at all. Everyone's answers were the same, adding on the fact that even Yangon couldn't find any traces of Zhao Feng. The truth seemed to have been revealed. First Elder took a deep breath and closed his eyes, not saying another word. Most of the people present could only mourn for Zhao Feng. Ran Xiaoyuan's eyes were red, and she couldn't bear to look at him. Only Lin Fan had a weird expression. Thinking about Zhao Feng's calm and collected attitude, he felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Floating Crest Trial, the 33rd day. Palace, Treasury Room. Crack! The extremely dim, white glow instantly shattered. The protective array of the cabinet was finally broken. Excitement appeared on Zhao Feng's face, and he instantly grabbed the mysterious gray egg with a hint of tiredness. Chapter 187. The hatched egg was about the size of a fist, gray and unremarkable. The markings on its surface were ancient and strange, seemingly simple, but it seemed to contain some sort of law. Zhao Feng touched the gray egg in his hand and felt that it was a lifeless fossil. But when he calmed down and opened his left eye, it was as though he was holding a beating heart. After studying it for a while, Zhao Feng had no idea. He first injected some true power, but the gray egg did not have any reaction. Zhao Feng even realized that the gray egg's shell had a strong immunity against true power. He suddenly thought of some ancient records about using blood as a medium to form a blood pact with a strange life form. Just that, Zhao Feng did not know how to use the legendary blood pact. He sighed, bit his index finger, and a few drops of blood landed on the hatched egg. There was still no reaction from the hatched egg, but Zhao Feng felt that his blood had caused the markings on the surface of the egg to become brighter. His left eye constricted, magnifying his vision 100 times. Zhao Feng caught a faint reaction from the surface of the egg. The blood was moving. Is my blood so worthless? Zhao Feng could clearly see that only 1,000th of the essence of the blood was absorbed by the surface of the egg. Finally, he had a flash of inspiration and decided to try using his blood meridians. According to the Blood Corpse Division Protector, Zhao Feng's body had a thin, ancient blood meridian inheritance, and this power caused the remnants of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion to be fearful and moved. But this time, Zhao Feng carefully activated his blood meridians, only to see a thread of green blood, like a thin thread entering the gray egg, directly entering, unobstructed. Zhao Feng was surprised, but before he could be truly happy, the next change caused his expression to change. Woo-oo-oo! The green blood in his body was quickly drained, as though it had entered a bottomless pit. The gray egg was like a newborn baby, instinctively absorbing nutrients. In a short 2 breaths, the small amount of blood meridians in Zhao Feng's body had been drained by more than half. The power of his bloodline was the essence of Zhao Feng's left eye. It was even more valuable than essence blood. After absorbing so much bloodline power, Zhao Feng felt a sense of weakness and emptiness. Stop! Stop! Zhao Feng activated his left eye, and the azure abyss in the pitch-black space spun rapidly. After all, the bloodline power came from his left eye and was controlled by Zhao Feng. Under his powerful control, the connection between the egg and the egg was cut off. Who? Zhao Feng sat on the ground powerlessly. His face was slightly pale, and his spirit was somewhat dispirited. Although he cut off the connection in time, most of his bloodline power was still sucked into the gray egg. Traces of blood flowed on the surface of the gray egg, giving it a bright luster. Thump! Thump! Zhao Feng heard a faint heartbeat coming from the depths of the egg. From nothingness to existence, from weak to strong, it seemed that a new life was being born. After waiting for a long time, there was no movement from the gray egg. However, the aura of life was becoming stronger. Zhao Feng sat down cross-legged and drank a large mouthful of low-grade spiritual wine. He then swallowed a few heaven and earth resources. Soon, a wave of heat exploded within his body. To recover his bloodline power, Zhao Feng had spent a large amount of blood. There's still 5 more days. The pursuit will increase. Zhao Feng's heart felt pressured. According to the rules, the pursuit would increase by 1 level every 10 days. Zhao Feng had used 5 days to obtain the egg. There were only 5 days left to prepare. However, the recovery speed of his bloodline power was slower than Zhao Feng had imagined. Although he had used a pile of heaven and earth resources, and the true force in his body had increased, the recovery speed of his bloodline power was extremely slow. This caused Zhao Feng's cultivation to unknowingly rise to the peak of the 3rd sky. While recovering, Zhao Feng didn't pay attention to the egg next to him. The blood patterns on the surface of the gray eggshell gradually faded, revealing a tiny crack that was hard to see with the naked eye. Under normal circumstances, these abnormalities would not escape Zhao Feng's eyes. However, he was focused on recovering his bloodline power and did not put his mind on the egg. 3 days passed in a flash. Zhao Feng's mind, energy, and spirit had climbed to the peak. His bloodline power had mostly recovered. There are 2 more days before the new pursuit begins. Zhao Feng put the egg into his storage bracelet and did not notice the tiny cracks on the surface of the gray egg. The most important thing now was for Zhao Feng to prepare for the next round of pursuit. For hours later, Zhao Feng came to the source of the Dragon Snake Glacier, the cold pond. Near the cold pond, cold air covered the sky and earth. The wind in the air was like a cold blade that cut on the body. The cold was bone-chilling. This time, Zhao Feng came to inspect the situation of the cold pond and see if he could use the same trick again. After a while, Zhao Feng shook his head. It was the same as last time. Firstly, the area where the mysterious crystal tear was located was occupied by the first 2 black metal monsters. Secondly, if he used the crystal tear again, the temperature of the sky boundary island would worsen, and even those at the 4th or 5th sky of the ascended realm would find it hard to resist. The same method couldn't be used again. I need to find a new method, Zhao Feng murmured. He soon thought of the Yao Beast King in the tall tower forest. The Yao Beast King at the true spirit realm should be able to fight against the black metal monsters, and with my ice arrows, I should be able to kill them, but it'll be very dangerous. Zhao Feng entered the tall tower forest. However, after searching for several hours, Zhao Feng still did not see the Yao Beast King. Somewhere in the forest, Zhao Feng saw a large hole in the ground. It was obvious that there had been a huge battle. This method has already been used by someone, and it's most likely Brother Yang. Being at the true spirit realm, the Yao Beast King has high intelligence, and it'll be hard to use the same method a second time. Zhao Feng once again rejected this idea. He decisively left the tall tower forest and arrived near a large vine ocean. This vine ocean was also a forbidden area in the sky boundary island. Last time, Zhao Feng had almost lost his life just by entering the edge of it. If I'm not wrong, there's a Vine King in the middle of the Vine Ocean. Its strength is unknown, and it seems to have merged with the aura of the entire Vine Ocean. Zhao Feng stood far away, and after observing for a long time, he came to a conclusion. If his guess was correct, the entire Vine Ocean was part of the Vine King, which meant that this area was one of the most terrifying existences in the Sky Boundary Island. The reason why it was one of was because Zhao Feng had seen even more terrifying existences before. When he had just explored the Sky Boundary Island, Zhao Feng had found a hill. That huge hill was essentially a huge life form that was in deep slumber all year round. It was the hill troll. If the mountain monster woke up, Zhao Feng couldn't estimate its strength, but from its size and aura, it should be able to kill someone at the true spirit realm like squashing an ant. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Zhao Feng wouldn't provoke the unknown mountain monster. Therefore, he chose the Vine Ocean. He had personally experienced this place before and was more familiar with it. For the next day or so, Zhao Feng sat near the Vine Ocean and used his left eye to observe the surroundings. At this point in time, there were only 2 people left on the Sky Boundary Island, Zhao Feng and Beimoi. Zhao Feng's left eye saw Beimoi a few times. Beimoi didn't see Zhao Feng as he ran. This guy's luck is too good. What kind of treasure robe is he wearing, and that green gourd? Zhao Feng clicked his tongue in his heart. Beimoi was being chased by 2 black metal monsters at the same time, and he was still able to last until now. Time passed by quickly. The 3rd round of pursuit was about to arrive. Both Zhao Feng and Beimoi were mentally prepared. On the 38th day of the trial, Wong, white doors of light appeared on Zhao Feng's left and right. Their blurry bodies radiated a terrifying pressure that made the blood of the nearby beings freeze and their hearts shake. What? There's more than one this time. Zhao Feng felt 2 terrifying auras. In the next instant, 2 giant black metal monsters appeared at the same time 100 feet to the left and right. The instant they appeared, the speed of the 2 black metal monsters was close to the 5th sky of the Ascended Realm. Run! Zhao Feng circulated his bloodline power, and his Yin shadow cloak turned into a dark shadow that left a faint azure line in the air as he flew towards the Vine Ocean. Zhao Feng had simulated the strategy hundreds of thousands of times in his mind to deal with all kinds of variables. The only difference was that Zhao Feng had to deal with 2 black metal monsters this time. So, the 2 black metal monsters flapped their wings and pounced at Zhao Feng from the left and right. Zhao Feng's azure hair blew in the wind as his left eye scanned the Vine Ocean below. His figure was like a fish swimming through the cracks, and he would occasionally use his bloodline power to use the Burning Wind stance to destroy a portion of the vines and open up a path. Zhao Feng had experienced this once when he was exploring the Sky Boundary Island, and he found that these vines had a certain resistance towards the lightning element of the lightning wind palm. However, the Burning Wind stance could counter these vines. Zhao Feng pushed his illusion fish skill to the maximum, and he used his left eye to control the environment. Facing the sea of vines, it was a daunting experience. However, the black metal monsters chasing after him weren't as agile and fast as Zhao Feng. The 2 black metal monsters were soon entangled by countless vines. However, as experts at the true spirit realm, their powerful attacks instantly shattered hundreds and thousands of vines. Zhao Feng didn't expect the normal vines to be able to deal with the black metal monsters at the true spirit realm. His goal was to lure the black metal monsters to the center. The plan went smoothly. The black metal monsters fell into the center of the Vine Ocean. So. Zhao Feng took out the Luoho bow and shot out 3 to 4 blue ice arrows that exploded around the 2 black metal monsters. The ice arrows didn't harm the black metal monsters at all, but they froze and slowed down at the critical moment. Bum! Pa! Li Feng's low roar came from the center of the vine ocean as dozens of dark green vines as thick as a bucket struck the air like lightning. Woo! Zhao Feng felt like he was suffocating. The enormous vine ocean was like a living being. Each of the dozens of vines had the power of someone at the true spirit realm. Luckily, he was prepared and retreated. In reality, the Vine King's attacks were only aimed at the black metal monsters that posed a threat. When Zhao Feng retreated half a mile, the two black metal monsters disappeared into the depths of the vine ocean. Zhao Feng let out a long breath. However, before he could calm down, he felt a movement on his wrist, as if something was entangling him. What is it? Zhao Feng jumped up in fright as cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Looking closely, the source of the movement came from the interspatial bracelet on his wrist. There seemed to be something moving inside. Chapter 188. Puzzled. Zhao Feng's attention was attracted by the storage bracelet. Inside the storage bracelet was a space about 1 cubic meter in size. It was filled with some spoils of war, all of which were Zhao Feng's gains from the trials. The strange movement came from this item space. When his mind entered it, Zhao Feng found that the pile of treasures was shaking slightly. One of the spirit flowers and fruits was half eaten. The culprit was a gray cat. It was furry and seemed to be just born. It was only the size of a palm, and its black, gem-like eyes rolled around. The gluttonous cat seemed to sense Zhao Feng's existence, and its movements of eating the treasures froze. Zhao Feng stilled at first, and then found that the pile of treasures had been reduced by half. Where did this thieving cat come from? It ate half of my treasures. Zhao Feng was furious. These rare spirit materials were all gathered from the trials. Now that half of them were gone, even the usually calm and indifferent Zhao Feng couldn't help but be angry. Gulp! Gulp! The little gray cat had a look of disdain. It picked up the wine gourd that was even bigger than itself and drank with great enjoyment. Hey, this is my spirit wine, Zhao Feng exclaimed, and with a thought he took out the gourd of wine. But the little gray cat didn't let go of the wine gourd and came out of the storage space with it. Meow meow. The little gray cat hugged the wine gourd and sucked fiercely with an intoxicated expression. This little thieving cat, where did it come from? Could it be? Zhao Feng was first shocked and then understood the little gray cat's origins. In a corner of the storage space, the originally gray egg only had some broken eggshell left. Needless to say, this little thieving cat was a product of the egg. But Zhao Feng had never heard of a mammal, like a cat being hatched from an egg. What was even more unbelievable was that this little thieving cat had extraordinary intelligence when it was born. Its human-like expression and movements were completely like an old fox. Not only that, the little thieving cat was completely fine after eating so many rare materials at once. The only difference was that its belly was a bit bigger. Gulp! Gulp! While Zhao Feng was hesitating, the little thieving cat had finished all the remaining wine in the gourd. What kind of freak is this? Zhao Feng was speechless. Even cultivators at the seventh sky of the Ascended Realm would explode from the terrifying energy of heaven and earth after eating so many resources and drinking half a flask of low-tier spiritual wine. But the little thieving cat was completely fine. It burped and looked at Zhao Feng with a longing gaze. Humph! Little thieving cat, after eating so many of my precious ingredients, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Zhao Feng reached out to pull the cat's ear, planning to teach it a lesson. Meow meow. The little thieving cat nimbly dodged Zhao Feng's attack. Zhao Feng's expression changed. Although it was just a casual grab at such a close distance, even cultivators at the fourth sky of the Ascended Realm would find it hard to dodge. Not only did the little thieving cat dodge it easily, it even had a mocking smile on its face. He was being mocked by a little thieving cat? Zhao Feng was speechless and became even more curious about the little thieving cat's background. He had never heard of a pet like this that had such high intelligence the moment it was born and ate treasures like they were snacks. Tsang! The little thieving cat lightly jumped onto Zhao Feng's arm, and its paw reached towards his interspatial bracelet. Zhao Feng was puzzled at first, but he soon understood. Shua! The little thieving cat took out a spiritual fruit from the interspatial bracelet and started to eat it. This works. Zhao Feng was speechless. This little thieving cat could even steal things from his interspatial bracelet? Just as he was about to make a move, the little thieving cat flipped in the air and landed several yards away. While eating the spiritual fruit, its mouth was full of disdain and disdain. You ate my things, and you're still looking down on me? Zhao Feng's heart was filled with anger. However, he didn't act rashly, and he soon calmed down. In terms of agility, even he wasn't confident in dealing with the little thieving cat. If he acted rashly and it ran away, it wouldn't be worth it. One had to know that there wasn't a blood contract between Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat, so there was no relationship between the two. Furthermore, from the little thieving cat's expression and actions, it didn't seem to have any respect for Zhao Feng, its master who had awakened it. After eating the spiritual fruit, the little thieving cat bared its teeth at Zhao Feng with 70% disdain and 30% disdain. Meow meow. The little thieving cat waved its paw as if to say goodbye before turning around and running. Wanna run? Zhao Feng snickered coldly. The little thieving cat wanted to leave after eating so much of his stuff? He had wasted more than 10 days in the trial for this egg. How could he let the little thieving cat leave just like that? Tsang! Tsang! The little thieving cat was extremely agile, and it ran in front, occasionally turning its head and smiling with disdain. Zhao Feng seemed to be able to understand its words. You want to be my master? The little thieving cat's intelligence wasn't just high. It actually knew Zhao Feng's intentions. If that was the case, then he couldn't let it run. Zhao Feng took a deep breath, and the eye patch slowly fell down. His azure eye flashed with a sharp light, and a soul-shaking mental energy spread out. In terms of speed, Zhao Feng was faster than the little thieving cat. However, in terms of agility, the little thieving cat was only the size of a palm, while Zhao Feng was like a giant. Therefore, Zhao Feng took out his killing move, and the power of his left eye was fully unleashed, controlling the little thieving cat's movements. At the same time, his left eye released a mental energy pressure to restrain the little thieving cat's mind. Zhao Feng didn't use his mental energy sound technique, as he was worried that he would hurt the little thieving cat. After all, it looked like it had just been born. Meow meow. The little thieving cat's agile body suddenly froze, and it turned its head to look at Zhao Feng. Its black, gem-like eyes revealed a trace of fear for the first time. The pair of black, gem-like eyes stared at Zhao Feng's abyss-like azure eyes, and fear began to spread. The cat's body inexplicably trembled. Zhao Feng was surprised. With the little thieving cat's arrogance, it shouldn't have submitted so quickly. Instinct told him that the little thieving cat wasn't in any real danger. What it was truly afraid of was its left eye. Meow meow. The little thieving cat stared at Zhao Feng's left eye, and the fear in its eyes slowly disappeared, replaced with a flattering expression. Zhao Feng revealed a weird expression and pulled down the eye patch, covering his left eye. Tsang! The little thieving cat jumped onto Zhao Feng's shoulder. Meow meow. The little thieving cat stretched out its 2 paws and massaged its master's back. Its attitude was like a 360-degree change. What the hell? Zhao Feng's eyes twitched. The little thieving cat's intelligence was several levels higher than the Yao Beast King. It was an old fox. Little thieving cat, if you dare to steal my treasures again, I'll stew you and eat you. Zhao Feng reached out and grabbed the cat by its ears as he warned. Meow meow. The little thieving cat had a pitiful expression as it nodded its head and promised Zhao Feng. It didn't say anything, but Zhao Feng could understand its expression and actions. I'll believe you this once. Zhao Feng let go, and the little thieving cat ran up to sit on his shoulder. It was only the size of a palm and looked like a small pet. Meow meow. The little thieving cat suddenly pointed in a certain direction and danced around on his shoulder. Zhao Feng looked forward and saw a youth wearing gold and green clothes with a green gourd in front of his chest. Bei moi. Zhao Feng noticed that the other party was in a sorry state, his face pale and his expression anxious. Several miles behind Bei moi, there were 4 black metal monsters chasing after him. The 4 black metal monsters weren't in a line. Instead, they were in a semicircle from different angles. Brother Zhao. Bei moi saw Zhao Feng in midair and immediately headed in that direction. In the next instant, the 4 black metal monsters charged over ferociously. Their powerful auras suppressed the air in the area. Senior Brother Bei, what's the matter? Zhao Feng had a calm expression and wasn't worried at all. He knew that the black metal monsters would only lock onto the target with a floating crest token and wouldn't attack randomly. Meow meow. The little thieving cat on his shoulder put its paws on its waist and ignored the black metal monsters. Zhao Feng was even more surprised. The black metal monsters were at the true spirit realm, but the little thieving cat was as calm as him. Brother Zhao, why aren't you being chased? Bei moi breathed heavily and looked at the human and cat in front of him in confusion. Zhao Feng hesitated. Should he tell Bei moi the method? Before he could say anything. Meow meow. The little thieving cat waved its paws and pointed at the center of the vines. You little thieving cat, living off me while helping an outsider. Black lines appeared on Zhao Feng's forehead as he grabbed the little thieving cat's ear. Hee, thank you, Brother Zhao. This cat is very cute. Bei moi smiled and charged towards the center of the vines. With his intelligence, it wasn't hard for him to guess what Zhao Feng was going to do. So, the 4 black metal monsters chased after Bei moi. Zhao Feng was just about to teach the little black cat a lesson when the situation suddenly changed. Woo! In the sea of vines, a low and frightening roar suddenly came. That terrifying aura was even more tyrannical than the Monster King in the forest of tall towers. Ah! Bei moi screamed as he was pulled down by a huge force. His body staggered and fell into the vines. In the blink of an eye, Bei moi was engulfed by countless vines. This scene caused Zhao Feng's heart to tremble. The entire vines are part of the Vine King. It was just that it didn't bother to attack before and only attacked based on instinct. But why did it attack Bei moi? Zhao Feng looked over and found that one of the vines had taken the green gourd from Bei moi's chest and brought it to the center of the vines. So that's why. The Vine King had its eyes on the green gourd in Bei moi's chest. Meow meow. The little thieving cat waved its paws and revealed a cunning smile. Phut! This little thieving cat had tricked Bei moi. Zhao Feng's expression was very interesting as he stared at the little thieving cat weirdly. At the same time, in the area of the vines, this little thieving cat, a trace of hatred appeared on Bei moi's expressionless face. Countless vines wrapped around Bei moi and sucked his essence blood. Wang, the floating crest token in his body, released a transparent azure light that covered him. In the next instant, Bei moi disappeared. He never would have thought that he would be kicked out like this. It was embarrassing to be tricked by a little cat. Meow meow. Before disappearing, Bei moi heard the little thieving cat's mocking voice. Chapter 189. Floating Crest Palace. The 38th day of the trial. Wang, an azure light, flashed at the entrance, and a youth with an old face appeared. The youth's expression was bad, but it was unknown if it was because his body was weak or because he was in a bad mood. Brother Bei, Hai Yun Master, Quan Chin, and the others all exclaimed with joy. Everyone, including the elders at the true spirit realm, looked towards Bei moi. At this moment, Bei moi was like the prodigy of the heavens as he arrived in front of the elders. Lasting 38 days in the trial, This result has already surpassed Brother Hai Yun Master's record. Indeed, a great disciple comes from a great master. Granny Luiwe and Elder Shui couldn't help but sigh. In the past 100 years, the Broken Moon clan had produced the most talented Hai Yun Master. His disciple Beimua's talent was even better, and he had broken Hai Yun Master's record in the Floating Crest trial. In the later stages of the Floating Crest trial, every extra day is a breakthrough, and every step is extremely difficult. A smile appeared on the Broken Moon clan master's face as she felt joy from the bottom of her heart. Although Beimua wasn't her disciple, it was still great that such a genius had appeared in the clan. However, under everyone's gaze, there was no joy on Beimua's face. On the contrary, his expression was extremely ugly. But no one noticed that Beimua's expression was still the same. Moi, or what's your result? Hai Yun Master's question raised everyone's curiosity. Beimua was without a doubt the first in this trial, and he had even beaten Yangon, who was ranked second amongst the core disciples. 928. Beimua was expressionless. 928. As soon as he said this, the crowd went into an uproar. Even Hai Yun Master was slightly surprised. How could there be such a high result? Beimua's score had almost broken 1,000, which was shocking. Back then, Brother Hai Yun Master lasted 34 days, and his result wasn't even 600. The elders looked at each other in dismay. Not only had Beimua lasted longer, his result was also terrifying. This result should have broken the 1,000-year record of the Floating Crest Palace. First Elder's expression changed. Broke the 1,000-year record. Everyone looked in disbelief at the prodigy who had created this miracle. He was too strong. Not only did he surpass Hai Yun Master, he had also broken the 1,000-year record. The people around them witnessed the miracle with their own eyes and felt their blood boiling. Not long after, Beimua's spoils of war were displayed, and they were several times better than Yangon's. He had obtained 2 mortal-level peak-tier cultivation techniques. He had obtained 3 mortal-ranked supreme-grade divine weapons. There were more than 100 heavenly treasures, earthly treasures, and unique treasures. Among them, there were dozens that were as valuable as divine weapons. What was even more exciting was that Beimua had also obtained a spiritual grade cultivation technique. Spirit-level cultivation technique. If this was placed in the Broken Moon clan, it would be the ultimate skill of the clan. Even an elder might not be able to successfully learn it. One must know that the number of spirit-tier cultivation techniques on the continent was extremely small, and they were almost extinct. The addition of a spirit-level cultivation technique would imperceptibly increase the strength of the sect. The surrounding people were excited, pleasantly surprised, and shocked. However, as the main character, Beimua didn't feel the slightest bit of joy or pride. Instead, his expression became more and more awkward. Mo? Not only did you get first place in the trial, you even broke your master's record, becoming the number 1 in 1,000 years. Your master and the sect are both proud of you. Hai Yun Elder praised with a smile. It was an honor in itself to be the master of such a miraculous genius. Master. Beimua finally opened his mouth, and his voice contained a hint of guilt. Mo, what's wrong? Martial Nephew Mo, if you have any difficulties or requests, feel free to tell me. The elders and clan masters all looked towards Beimua in confusion. Beimua's expression was slightly abnormal. Just like Master, Clan Master, and elders have said, I may have broken the 1,000-year record, but I'm not the one who got first this time. Beimua took a deep breath with a bitter expression. What did this mean? The crowd was confused and had no idea what was going on. Beimua had clearly broken the 1,000-year record. How could he not be first this time? First Elder fell into deep thought. Suddenly, he looked towards the entrance of the Floating Crest Palace, and his expression changed. Wait! The Floating Crest trial hasn't ended yet. The clan master and the elders all looked towards the floating crest palace. As expected, the floating crest palace hadn't closed, and the trial was still ongoing. According to past experience, the floating crest palace would close after the trial ended. What did this mean? Everyone fell into deep thought. Thinking back to Beimoi's expression and actions, the truth started to surface. However, most of them didn't dare to believe the truth that was about to surface. There was still one more person. A person that had been ignored once again became the focus of the elders. Only Brother Zhao is left. Could it be impossible? Yonggan, Quan Chen, and the other disciples didn't dare to believe it. Especially Yonggan, he couldn't accept this reality. Zhao Feng was his brother Zhao. How could he not know the latter's strength? How could a low-tier spiritual body disciple, one of the lowest-ranked disciples, surpass the one who had been first for 1,000 years? The crowd went into chaos. No one could believe this result. Silence. First Elder's low and authoritative voice caused the crowd to fall into silence. The elders looked at each other in dismay. Amongst them, Elder Shui and Hai Yun clan's expressions changed. What's going on? Hai Yun clan master asked in a low voice. The elders could vaguely sense that the development of the situation had far exceeded their expectations and control. It was as if from the start of the trial, there had been an invisible force that had driven the entire situation of the trial. Accidents after accidents, all sorts of bizarre events. All indicated that this trial was unusual. All sorts of unusual events were concentrated in this trial. First, it was the first trial where Lu Hu and company were quickly eliminated. Then it was the second trial where no one was injured or killed. Then came the third stage. Gratifying results and unexpected twists and turns of events. But this time, Beimois, who had broken the 1,000-year record, had created a miracle and changed the situation once again. Beimois still wasn't first. All in all, this trial was just too weird. At this moment, everyone's gazes landed on Beimois. He was probably the only person present that knew the truth. Before I was eliminated, I saw Brother Zhao. Beimois finally spoke. Thinking about how he was tricked by the little thieving cat and was eliminated, he couldn't release the anger in his heart. Brother Zhao, Zhao Feng. Although everyone was prepared, they still took in a deep breath and their expressions changed dramatically. How could it be him? Yonggan, Quan Chen, and company were dazed and couldn't accept this. If it was a super genius like Beimois, they could accept it. At most, they would feel regret and helplessness. But if it was Zhao Feng, they couldn't accept it at all. Martial nephew Beimois, tell me what happened. The Broken Moon clan master's eyes twinkled. Beimois started to recount what happened. I was originally able to last a day or two, but I didn't think that I would meet Brother Zhao at this time. The weird thing was that he wasn't chased by the black metal monsters. Speaking up to here, Beimois' eyebrows furrowed. He wasn't chased by the black metal monsters? How was this possible? The disciples that had participated in the trial all shook their heads in shock. I also felt it was weird and asked Brother Zhao. In the end, he and that sly cat tricked me into the sea of vines. With just a thought from the Vine King, I was almost trapped and killed. I even lost the precious emerald sky spirit liquid. Speaking up to here, Beimois' voice became hoarse and his hands trembled. His eyes were filled with humiliation and hatred as he thought in his heart, Zhao Feng, you've tricked me so badly. There's no room for reconciliation between us. Cunning cat. Hai Yun Master caught the key point. It seems to be the spiritual pet that Brother Zhao got in the trial. This cat is extremely cunning. Otherwise, my results would have been even better. Beimois' teeth itched as he thought about how the little thieving cat had tricked him. He couldn't say that he was tricked by the cat, so he decided to put the blame on Zhao Feng. This Zhao Feng is too despicable. First, he kicked Yuan Hao and Lu Hu out of the game. Then he harmed martial nephew Quan Chin, and now even martial nephew Bei Moi has been conned by him. Elder Shui was extremely angry. Hearing this, the other disciples, with Quan Chin as the leader, all revealed expressions of hatred and started to condemn Zhao Feng. Thinking about it, from the start of the trial until now, there were a total of 4 people that had been eliminated because of Zhao Feng, which was close to half of the total number of people. First was Sun Yuanhao and Lu Hu were kicked into the abyss by Zhao Feng. Next was Quan Chin, who was sealed in ice by Zhao Feng and eliminated. Finally, Bei Moi, who had broken the 1,000-year record, was also tricked. I'm not the only one. Bei Moi saw that everyone was condemning Zhao Feng with righteous indignation and thought, so I'm not the only victim. In this way, he felt a little better. Granny Luiwe furrowed her eyebrows. My Broken Moon clan is a righteous clan, and yet we have such a despicable disciple. That's right, Zhao Feng is an evil person. Even the spiritual pet he subdued is so cunning and insidious. The so-called birds of a feather flock together is nothing more than this. Hai Yin Master said. However, his heart wasn't calm. Su Ran, where did your luck come from? How did you find 2 peerless disciples? Clan Master, First Elder, this brat must be punished severely. Elder Shui said righteously. The Grand Elder and the Sect Master looked at each other and exchanged glances. This matter might not be so simple. Let's wait for Zhao Feng to come out. First Elder's voice was calm. Even if the other elders had objections, they could only swallow it. Elders, don't be angry. No matter what, Zhao Feng can be considered a genius for being able to do this. How can normal people compare to him? Our focus isn't on how to punish him, but how to help him change for the clan. The Broken Moon clan master's eyebrows furrowed as she felt a headache coming on. She sighed and sent a message to the elders. As a female sect master, she was more or less kind. Furthermore, she was having a headache. As a sect master for so many years, she had never seen such a bizarre trial. It could be said to be a miracle. The clan master's words are reasonable, but we'll have to wait for that brat to come out first. Granny Liuyue's expression eased up. Even those at the true spirit realm wouldn't be able to enter the floating Crest Palace. The elders couldn't do anything, so they could only wait. First Elder and the Broken Moon clan master were looking forward to the most twisted trial in history. What kind of result would the most despicable disciple achieve? Chapter 190. Sky Boundary Island. Zhao Feng was the only one left in the trial. No one had been able to reach this step in the past 1,000 years. Near the Ocean of Vines, Zhao Feng observed for a long time and confirmed that Bei Moi had been eliminated. He sighed in his heart. Bei Moi, the strongest and luckiest opponent, had been eliminated in such a way. The culprit, the little gray thieving cat, rolled its eyes in a leisurely manner. It was also slightly cunning. All right, you stay here obediently. Zhao Feng coldly glanced at the little thieving cat. He could almost imagine Bei Moi telling on him to the elders after he was eliminated. Although Bei Moi was prideful and old-fashioned, how could he just let it go after being tricked like this? Meow meow. The little thieving cat nodded its head, expressing that it wouldn't mess around anymore. It sat on Zhao Feng's shoulder and yawned. A few hours later, Zhao Feng returned to the treasury room. There's less than 10 days left. Zhao Feng scanned over the treasures. In reality, there were many places of fortune on the Sky Boundary Island, such as the ancient ruins garden that Bei Moi had been to or the tall tower that Yangon had been to. However, Zhao Feng still chose this place. Firstly, the treasures here were all treasures. Secondly, the risk was low and the treasures were stable. Meow meow. The little thieving cat ran around the treasury room and its black eyes twinkled. Soon, Zhao Feng confirmed his new target. It was a strange piece of unpolished jade, and it looked very ordinary. However, his left eye could barely sense a trace of warm energy in the unpolished jade. In short, It made him feel very comfortable. Meow meow. The little thieving cat waved its paws in joy. It took a fancy to a rusty bronze coin and urged Xiao Feng to take it. Xiao Feng scoffed. That bronze coin looked like a collector's item. Although it was made of a special material, it didn't give off any aura of power. Meow meow. The little thieving cat was slightly anxious and pointed at the coin, expressing its importance. Don't make trouble for me. Xiao Feng ignored it and used Thunderwind Palm to attack the cabinet where the unpolished jade was. The little thieving cat was dejected, angry, and helpless. However, its master obviously wouldn't listen to it. Meow meow. The little thieving cat jumped in front of the cabinet where the ancient coins were. Pa! 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 The little thieving cat waved its paws and attacked the cabinet tirelessly. So one human and one cat in the collection room attacked their respective targets. If the two of them worked together, they could achieve a higher efficiency. However, this man and cat clearly had no intention of working together. They were fighting on their own. In the blink of an eye, 6 to 7 days had passed. Crack! Xiao Feng split open the formation with a single palm strike, revealing a victorious smile. On the other hand, the little thieving cat had only broken through 3/5 of the array. Even so, Xiao Feng was somewhat moved. If he wanted to break through any of the cabinets, he would need to be at least at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm, or else the recovery speed of the array would be faster than the damage. Xiao Feng inspected the unpolished jade in his hand. It didn't look special, but when he placed it in his palm, a warm aura spread through his body, as if he was bathing in spring. Unknowingly, Xiao Feng's tiredness had decreased dramatically, and even some of his injuries were healing. This unpolished jade has a healing effect, Xiao Feng exclaimed. The little thieving cat on the side revealed a look of disdain. There were only 2 to 3 days left until the next round of pursuit. Xiao Feng sighed and went over to help the little thieving cat. The cat's origins were mysterious, and it seemed to be born with extraordinary knowledge. The things it saw might not be simple. Pung! Pa! Pung, the human and cat attacked the cabinet where the ancient coins were. 2 days later, with a crack, the array broke. Attack! Xiao Feng's hands moved quickly to grab the ancient coins. Meow meow. The little thieving cat was even faster than him. It jumped into the cabinet and took the bronze coin despite the risk of being attacked by Xiao Feng. Although Xiao Feng had expected this, there was nothing he could do, mainly because he didn't want to hurt the little thieving cat. The little thieving cat glanced warily at Xiao Feng and then swallowed the ancient coins into its stomach. Xiao Feng rolled his eyes. This little thieving cat wasn't a normal money grubber. But he was curious because he had inspected the ancient coins with his left eye, and apart from the material, there wasn't anything special about it. He didn't have time to think about these things. The most important thing right now was how to deal with the next round of pursuit. Xiao Feng analyzed that there would be 3 or 4 black metal monsters in the next round, and their initial speed was comparable to those at the 5th sky of the Ascended Realm. How should he deal with them? Normal Yao Beast Kings weren't enough. The black metal monsters were only limited in speed, but in terms of offense and defense, they were probably stronger than normal Yao Beast Kings. There was almost no existence on the Sky Boundary Island that could deal with 4 black metal monsters at the same time. It seems like only the Vine King and the Mountain Monster can deal with them. Xiao Feng murmured. The formation of 3 or 4 black metal monsters was just too terrifying. Apart from the few forbidden existences on the island, there was almost nothing that could stop them. Xiao Feng first went to the Vine Ocean and inspected it. The Vine Ocean seemed to have calmed down, but Xiao Feng felt a faint threat. Meow meow. The little thieving cat shook its head and signaled Xiao Feng not to try. I'll trust you this once. Xiao Feng left with the little thieving cat. Just as the man and the cat left, a layer of violent waves appeared in the sea of vines. The aura was violent and terrifying, and the waves of low whistling sounds caused people's hearts to tremble. A few hours later, Zhao Feng came to a hill. Meow meow. The little thieving cat stared at the hill under its feet and started to think. Zhao Feng couldn't help but admire the little thieving cat's knowledge and foresight. He couldn't help but wonder if the cat was a new life form. There were two suspicious points. Firstly, cats were mammals, and they had never seen one hatched from an egg. Secondly, even if it was a new life form, it wouldn't have such knowledge and knowledge. It could eat treasures as if they were snacks. Time passed by quickly. The third round of attacks soon arrived. A familiar aura suddenly appeared from all directions. Wung, wung, wung. A door of white light appeared on all four sides of Zhaofeng. For large figures stepped out from the door of light. Instantly, the auras of four true spirit realm experts swept over and could make normal cultivators at the ascended realm cough out blood. Zhao Feng circulated his bloodline power to the maximum, and the Yin Shadow cloak was ready. The speed of the four black metal monsters instantly reached the fifth sky of the ascended realm, and they leapt towards Zhao Feng with earth-shattering attacks. The combined attack of four true spirit realm cultivators was enough to destroy a small mountain. Whoosh! Zhao Feng's body was like a shadow, dragging a faint green line of blood behind him as he flew several feet into the air. In that instant, he circulated his true force and bloodline power. Borrowing the power of the Yin Shadow cloak, his speed surpassed the sixth sky of the ascended realm. Although it was just for a short moment, the price he paid was huge. He had used up 1/5 of his bloodline power. Bang! 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 The hill under his feet shook violently. Stone fragments flew everywhere, and dust billowed, covering a radius of 1 to 2 miles. It was hard to imagine how powerful the attacks of the four at the true spirit realm were. They could almost destroy a small castle. The plan worked. Zhao Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He wanted to use the combined strength of the four black iron monsters to shake the hill troll beneath his feet. Taking advantage of this time, he flew upwards with all his might and quickly pulled the Luoho bow. At this moment, Zhao Feng flew 100 meters into the air and looked down at the area covered in dust. A low and deep voice came from the hill. This voice was like a bell, causing the earth to shake and the wind to howl. There was even a flash of lightning in the air. Oh my God! Zhao Feng's heart shook. What kind of power was this? Just the sound of it awakening was enough to cause the mountains to collapse and the wind to howl. Following that, an even more terrifying scene appeared. All the dust within a radius of a few miles was pulled down by an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, all the dust had disappeared. What kind of method was this? To make the dust within several miles fall to the ground with just a thought. Boom! The bald hill below started to shake, as if a giant monster was about to awaken. Maybe this was the hill troll that Zhao Feng was talking about. Pum! 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 The four black metal behemoths that looked down on the trial ground fell to the ground one after another. Their bodies sank into the hills, and they remained motionless. What kind of power is this? Even experts at the true spirit realm can't fight back. Zhao Feng took a cold breath. Crack! Crack! The bodies of the four black metal monsters instantly shattered. Zhao Feng couldn't breathe as he circulated his bloodline power and continued to fly higher and higher. Meow meow! The little thieving cat jumped into the interspatial bracelet. Boom! A terrifying suction force enveloped Zhao Feng's body. Wah! Zhao Feng spat out a mouthful of blood and felt as if his body was about to explode. He could almost imagine himself being smashed into pieces like the black metal monsters. Even though he was far away from the hill troll and his strength had been reduced to less than 1/10, he still wouldn't be able to escape. In this moment of danger, Zhao Feng circulated all the power in his body. His true force, bloodline power, and the azure abyss in his mind spun. However, it was useless. In front of absolute power, all skills lost their luster. Suddenly, Zhao Feng realized that his foundation wasn't strong enough. No matter how hard he tried, there was a limit. 1. The floating crest token in his body shook, and a transparent azure light enveloped Zhao Feng's body. Shua. The last participant disappeared from the sky boundary island. The hill shook violently and formed a 100-yard-tall monster, as if it was a giant that had created heaven and earth. Such a pure ancient bloodline, and that little cat, the golden eyes of the hill troll flashed. A while later, he sighed softly. The wind and clouds surged, and his body merged into the ground, turning into a huge hill again. Zhao Feng appeared in a dazzling white dimension, and everything around him was bright. Looking closely, it was a palace made from a unique white crystal stone. Shua. The floating crest token in Zhao Feng's body floated out, and the floating crest lightning seal automatically floated above his head. Trial passing score, 720. Performance score, 1350. Floating crest lightning seal, 500 trial points. Final trial points, 2570. Participant, your score has reached 1000 and you will receive the highest treatment in the floating crest palace. A voice sounded in his mind. Chapter 191. Final trial points, 2570. Participant, your score has reached 1000 and you will receive the highest treatment of the floating crest palace. Zhao Feng stood within the white crystal palace with a pale face as he wiped the blood from his mouth. The hill monster's power before he was eliminated was still fresh in his mind. In front of that power, even those at the true spirit realm were minuscule. Wisps of white light shone onto Zhao Feng's body, and a warm feeling spread throughout his body, allowing his injuries to quickly recover. This warm feeling was similar to the jade that Zhao Feng had obtained from the treasury, and it had a healing effect. 2570 seems to be very high, so I'll receive the highest treatment. Zhao Feng came back to his senses and thought about the voice just now. He was the last to be eliminated, so his score was definitely number 1. However, because he was the last to be eliminated, he didn't know the scores of the others before him. Usually, only one person's score will reach 1000 every 1,000 years or so. However, your score has broken the record of the floating crest palace in the past 10,000 years. As for the records from 10,000 years ago, there's no way to find them. A tall figure of a man appeared out of nowhere. The figure of the man was made of white light, and although it was just an illusion, it seemed to have some intelligence. Zhao Feng looked closely and found that the man's face was familiar. He suddenly remembered the youth called Lil Wan in the illusion. You're Lil Wan? Zhao Feng couldn't help but ask. Because the two looked too similar, the only difference was that the man's aura was more mature. I'm Lil Wan. What you see is just a wisp of consciousness that contains part of the main body's consciousness. The man smiled and explained. Zhao Feng clicked his tongue. Although this man wasn't alive or had a physical body, he had intelligence. Meow meow. At this moment, the little thieving cat crawled out from the interspatial bracelet and stood on Zhao Feng's shoulder as it curiously inspected the man. Surprise flashed through the man's eyes when he saw the little thieving cat, but he didn't ask anything. Trial taker, your trial score has exceeded 1000. You will enjoy the following treatment. First, use the trial points to exchange for cultivation techniques, divine weapons, and treasures. Secondly, within the scope of my ability, you can request something from me, provided that I can do it. Of course, completing the request will cost you a corresponding amount of trial points. Thirdly, I'll customize a simple inheritance for you for free. The silhouette said, a total of 3 benefits? Zhao Feng fell into deep thought. According to his understanding of the floating crest palace, normal trial takers would only receive the first treatment, which was to exchange their trial points for items. The second treatment, making a request, was unheard of. As for the third point, he had only vaguely heard the first elder mention that there was a chance to obtain the corresponding inheritance in the trial. My greatest advantage is the second point. You can make wishes with greater scope and flexibility. Zhao Feng thought to himself. But first, Zhao Feng had to understand how trial points could be exchanged. Information soon appeared on the floating crest token above his head. First, the source of Zhao Feng's trial points. After passing the first trial, he had obtained 20 trial points. After passing the second trial, he had obtained 30 trial points. The third trial was calculated by time, starting from when he was chased by the black metal monster. The first trial lasted for 10 days. Every day he lasted would give him 10 trial points. Like this, the total points for the first trial round, 100. Only Zhao Feng, Beimoi, and Yangon had completed it. The second trial lasted for 10 days. Every day he lasted would give him 20 trial points. Therefore, the total points for the second trial round, 200. Only Zhao Feng and Beimoi had achieved this. Based on this, only Zhao Feng had obtained 300 trial points in the third trial round. In the fourth trial round, Zhao Feng had been eliminated by the mountain monster on the first day, gaining 40 trial points. Therefore, Zhao Feng's total score was 720. My performance score is a bit too high. I actually got 1350 points. Zhao Feng checked again. It turned out that killing a black iron giant monster, including indirect kills, was worth 100 trial points. Zhao Feng had indirectly killed a total of 8 black metal monsters, gaining 800 trial points. Beimoi didn't even kill a single black metal monster. Adding on the fact that he lasted for less time than me, there's at least 1,000 trial points difference between us. A smile appeared on Zhao Feng's face. This meant that the other disciples with the best results would have a difference of at least 1,000 trial points. Next, Zhao Feng started to ask about the exchange rate. Mortal tier, top grade cultivation technique, 80 trial points for 1. Mortal tier, top grade divine weapon, 100 trial points for 1. The items will appear randomly. Spirit class low rank cultivation technique, 400 trial points for 1. Spirit class low rank divine weapon, 500 trial points for 1. The level that Zhao Feng was paying attention to was quite high. In the Floating Crest Palace, the highest you could exchange for was a Spirit Tier Middle Rank skill or a Spirit Tier Middle Rank magical weapon, which cost 1,500 and 2,000 respectively. Zhao Feng, of course, wouldn't exchange for such a high-level item. After thinking for a while, Zhao Feng made his decision. First, give me a simple inheritance for free. This was the third benefit that he would receive. Normal disciples probably wouldn't have this advantage, but Beimoi might. Okay. As soon as the glowing man finished speaking, a transparent white light entered Zhao Feng's body. It was a mysterious aura that didn't contain any hostility. Instead, it was warm and friendly as it entered his blood, bones, and even his mental energy. However, when the aura got close to the green abyss in his left eye, it disappeared like a stone sinking into the ocean. I'm sorry, I can't give you a suitable inheritance. The path that you're most suited for is mental energy, and even deeper would be the soul. For example, the mental illusion Tao, the Buddhist Zen Tao, the divination sect, and even the ghost corpse sect. How is that possible? Zhao Feng was slightly depressed. Li Fuwan's opinion was similar to First Elder's. The Floating Crest Palace belongs to the righteous path, but mental energy is a bit unorthodox. Furthermore, you have the corresponding bloodline, so it's even harder to give it to you. Of course, since you're fated with the Floating Crest Lightning Seal and have some foundation in lightning skills, I can give you the highest lightning inheritance of the Floating Crest Palace. The glowing man said calmly. Okay. Zhao Feng nodded his head. Since he could receive the highest lightning inheritance of the Floating Crest Palace, at least it wasn't a loss. Boom! A powerful wave of information flowed into Zhao Feng's mind, causing the entire palace to shine brightly. A while later, A three-floored tower appeared in the depths of Zhao Feng's mind. On the first floor, there was a scene similar to the floating crest lightning seal, but it was longer and more complete. The scene displayed the intent of the lightning inheritance, as well as explanations of how to use it. The second and third floors were dark and inaccessible. The lightning inheritance has been sealed in your mind. At the Ascended Realm, you can only comprehend the first floor at most. The second floor requires you to be at the true spirit realm. The third floor requires you to be at least at the third sky of the true spirit realm, the true Lord realm. If you can comprehend all of the lightning inheritance's intent, it won't be hard for you to reach the peak of the continent. The glowing man said, "This lightning inheritance is indeed powerful." The three heavens of the true spirit realm are split into the true human rank, true mystic rank, and true lord rank. The elders of the Broken Moon clan probably haven't reached the second sky of the true spirit realm yet. Zhao Feng's heart was filled with excitement. The lightning inheritance involved the usage of lightning ultimacy, including attack, movement, inner force, secret techniques, and many other aspects. The so-called inheritance obviously had a system. However, the lightning inheritance was vast, and Zhao Feng could only touch the surface of the first floor. If he could completely control the first floor, even normal true human rank cultivators wouldn't be his match. After the inheritance, Zhao Feng's target was the second treatment, which was to ask for Li Fulan's wishes. The first request is that I want to know the background of this little cat and sign a legendary pet contract with it. Zhao Feng said. The little thieving cat's background was mysterious, and Zhao Feng didn't have any restrictions with it. After the trial ended, the cat could run away at any time. Meow meow. The little thieving cat stood on Zhao Feng's shoulder and waved its paws, expressing its dissatisfaction. Sorry, I don't know the background of this cat, but its bloodline is very special. As for whether you can sign a blood contract with it, it depends on its resistance and the strength of your bloodline. The glowing man glanced at the little thieving cat and shook his head. Tell me the method and help me increase the success rate. Zhao Feng was willing to try. The glowing man nodded his head. This will cost you 200 points, and that's the lowest requirement. The glowing man then told the method of forming a blood contract with a pet to Zhao Feng. The glowing man stood in the middle while Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat stood on the left and right. According to the request, a few drops of blood were taken from the two. The glowing man swiped his hand, and the blood formed a strange blood-colored picture in the air. The little thieving cat curled its lips but didn't resist. Perhaps it knew that resistance was useless in front of Li Fulan. The blood-colored picture formed between Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat. The glowing man's finger swiped across the air, and a mysterious ripple extended from the picture into the two's bodies. Soon, Zhao Feng had a weird feeling, and on the other side was the little thieving cat. It actually succeeded. The glowing Li Fulan was slightly surprised and looked deeply at the little thieving cat. It was obvious that he didn't have high hopes for Zhao Feng. The blood contract had Zhao Feng as the master, and the little thieving cat had officially become Zhao Feng's pet. Zhao Feng was also slightly surprised. The little thieving cat didn't resist when forming the blood contract, and instead smiled faintly. The second request is the origin of my Yin shadow cloak, and if it's worth repairing and how to repair it. Zhao Feng soon gave his second request. This is an ancient treasure that's similar to an inheritance weapon. Its main effect is to increase one's speed and hide one's aura. Because it's an inheritance weapon, you'll need to discover its power yourself. To you, its value is more than 10 times higher than a spiritual grade weapon. Li Fulan smiled and answered. Zhao Feng was very satisfied with the answer. Inheritance weapons could be used by those at the Ascended Realm, even if they reached the spiritual grade, and they would be able to unleash as much power as they had. An inherited divine weapon could grow alongside its master. Its value was naturally not something a divine weapon of the same level could compare to. Chapter 192. According to what Zhao Feng knew, Bei Moi seemed to be the luckiest person in this trial and had obtained an inheritance item, the mysterious green-gold cicada robe. Inheritance treasures don't have high requirements for cultivation, but the word inheritance means that only a small number of people can inherit it. Li Fuwan added. Zhao Feng had the same feeling. For example, if it wasn't for his bloodline power, he wouldn't have been able to activate the Yin Shadow Cloak. Without the corresponding requirements, even if an expert at the true spirit realm obtained an inheritance treasure, it wouldn't be of much use. Li Fuwan then told Zhao Feng the method to repair the cloak. To repair this cloak, you need at least a Grandmaster blacksmith, and the blacksmith's cultivation must be at the true spirit realm. Furthermore, you're missing some important materials that are almost extinct. I can exchange most of them for you, but the cost is higher than normal. Li Fuwan said, How many points do I need in total? Zhao Feng asked. Answering your question costs 200 trial points. Exchanging for these materials requires 500 trial points, a total of 700. The man answered, Okay, exchange. Zhao Feng didn't hesitate. An inheritance treasure, especially one that was so unique and hidden, was even more valuable than a spirit weapon to him. It had to be known that exchanging for a spirit grade divine weapon only cost 500 trial points. However, spiritual grade weapons didn't have much use for Zhao Feng, and he could only give them to the clan in exchange for some compensation. You still have 1670 points. Redeem 1 low-grade spiritual weapon, 2 spirit-level cultivation methods, for peak-rank mortal cultivation methods, and 8 high-rank mortal cultivation methods. Zhao Feng expressionlessly listed out the items he wanted. Most of the items he exchanged for were cultivation techniques. He had only exchanged for a spirit-grade artifact for a symbolic purpose, just to create a gimmick. Those cultivation methods were all carriers of information. They contained special scenes and powerful, profound meanings. Zhao Feng opened his left eye and absorbed all the information into the dimension of his left eye. At that time, he wouldn't feel any pain even if he gave them to the clan. Broken Moon Clan. The trial had been going on for 48 days. Most of the trial takers were eliminated within a month. Ever since Bei Moi broke the 1,000-year record, the area outside the Floating Crest Palace became quiet again. The entrance of the Floating Crest Palace was guarded by the 5 true spirit realm cultivators. In the past few days, the Broken Moon Clan's inner clan was in chaos. The disciples of this year's trial had all achieved great results in the Floating Crest Palace. Many of them had made breakthroughs, and their strength had increased tremendously. The biggest change was in the position of true disciple. Over the past few days, the ranking of the true disciples had undergone an earth-shattering change. First was Yangon, who had broken through to the 6th sky of the Ascended Realm and became the head disciple. The original head disciple was about to reach the upper limit of 30 years old and was no longer a disciple. After all, a sect would not endlessly nurture the younger generation. Once they reached a certain age, they would be assigned to other departments of the sect. However, Yangon didn't wait for him to be transferred and directly defeated the head disciple of the 6th sky. Apart from Yangon, Bei Moi, Quan Chen, Ran Xiaoyuan, and company all had good performances. Bei Moi, in particular, was said to have obtained a mysterious inheritance during the trial. After he came out, his cultivation had stabilized at the peak of stage 4. 3 days ago, Bei Moi defeated Chen Xingrui, who was ranked 2nd and became 2nd. This time, Bei Moi defeated a core disciple at the 5th sky of the Ascended Realm. Apart from that, Quan Chen and Ran Xiaoyuan had entered the 5th and 6th core disciples respectively. Even Lin Fan and Lu Yu, Er's cultivation, had reached the peak of the 3rd sky of the Ascended Realm, and they had the strength to challenge core disciples. Although there would be some fluctuations in the position of the direct disciples after the previous trials, the position of the direct disciples would more or less fluctuate. However, it was rare for the top 10 true disciples to be overthrown by the trial disciples in this batch. Furthermore, the true first, Zhao Feng, who had trained the lightning wind palm, hadn't come out yet. It could be predicted that in the following month, the positions of the 10 great core disciples would undergo further changes. All of this fell into the eyes of the upper echelons of the clan. The clan master and the elders were all happy. The intense competition between the inner disciples could push the younger generation forward. Floating Crest Palace, the entrance of the stairs. The clan master and the 5 elders could look down at the competition between the inner disciples of the Central Division. This time's Floating Crest trial is destined to be the peak of the last 1,000 years. The disciples this time may push the Broken Moon clan to the peak of 1,000 years. Splendor twinkled in the clan master's eyes. The elders all nodded their heads as they placed their hopes on their disciples. For the past 1,000 years, the Broken Moon clan has always been at the bottom of the 13 clan alliances. If it's not last, it's second to last. The alliance banquet that happens once every 10 years will start in half a year. I hope that these disciples will be able to display their skills on a bigger stage. Although the Broken Moon clan master was a woman, her words weren't lacking in ambition. Clan master is right. The alliance banquet is filled with geniuses, and this is a chance for them to gain experience. However, before that, the 3-sect party with the Lin Moon sect and the Silver Moon sect is also imminent. First Elder smiled faintly. Hearing the mention of the 3-clan party, the expressions of the elders changed slightly as if they were paying more attention to it. The 3-clan party represented 3 clans, the Lin Moon clan, the Silver Moon clan, and the Broken Moon clan. If one paid attention, they would realize that the 3 clans all had the word moon in their names. So a long time ago, the Broken Moon clan and the other 2 clans belonged to the same clan. But due to various reasons, the clan split into 3 smaller clans, which became the Lin Moon clan, Silver Moon clan, and Broken Moon clan. Even now, the 3 clans still maintained contact. The territories of the 3 clans were next to each other, and due to their deep relationship, they would often form an alliance to fight against enemies. Of course, at the same time as they formed an alliance, the 3 clans would fight against each other. The 3-clan party that happened once every 5 years was the time for them to compete. The Lin Moon clan sent out an invitation half a month ago. The 3-clan party will be held in a month. This time, I will give them a surprise. The clan master smiled and said confidently, in the past, when the 3-clan party was mentioned, both the clan master and elders would furrow their eyebrows. This was because the other 2 clans were ranked 4th and 7th in the 13 clans and were stronger than the Broken Moon clan. Every 3-clan party, the Broken Moon clan would always be at the bottom. This made the clan master and elders feel like they had lost face. I hope that this time will bring some surprises and turn the tables. Otherwise, I won't have the face to see those old farts. The elders looked at each other and smiled. Just as the elders were lost in their reverie, a voice suddenly rang out. One, an azure light flashed at the entrance of the stairs. An azure-haired figure appeared at the entrance. I'm finally out. Zhao Feng let out a long breath as his expression was slightly weak. He had just opened his left eye and copied many skills, which had used up a lot of his mental energy. The sudden appearance of the figure caused the expressions of the 5 experts at the true spirit realm to change, unable to react in time. The light faded. Zhao Feng found that the 10 pairs of eyes of the clan master and the 4 elders were staring at him. Cunning brat, you've finally come out. Kneel down and admit your wrongs. Elder Shui had an unfriendly expression as he vented the anger in his chest. Zhao Feng, do you know your wrongs? Haiyan Elder exclaimed as coldness flashed in his eyes. Granny Liu Yue's eyebrows were tightly furrowed as she looked at Zhao Feng. The auras of the true spirit realm made Zhao Feng feel suffocated. Right at this moment, boom! The floating crest palace suddenly shook as the green lightning around it dimmed by more than half, causing the wind and clouds to move. Immediately following that, a strong surge of lightning pushed everyone away. The floating crest palace has closed. First Elder exclaimed as he grabbed Zhao Feng and landed on the central hall square. Qiu! Qiu! The clan master and the elders all landed on the square. The commotion caused by the floating crest palace caused a heaven-earth yuan qi to tremble, and an invisible pressure spread across dozens of miles. Many members of the clan were shocked. The floating crest palace has closed. Has that guy come out? Humph. Brat named Zhao. Just wait for everyone's wrath. Yonggan, Beimoi, Quan Qin, and the other inner disciples all had different reactions. In a certain place in the clan within a strict hall. The trial has ended. That brat won't be able to escape the clan's punishment. A cold voice filled with anger resounded through the hall. Shortly after, a soaring aura streaked across the sky. In just a short amount of time, the entire clan exploded. Many figures rushed towards the central hall square. Among them were Quan Qin, Lu Hu, Sun Yuanhao, and company, who all had unfriendly expressions as they condemned Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng, you cunning bastard! You killed senior brother in the trial and stole the fruits of my victory. Quan Chen's face was filled with anger, and he wanted to rip Zhao Feng to shreds. Brat named Zhao, you dared to kick me into the abyss and cut off my fortune. My master is the regulations elder, and he definitely won't let you go. Lu Hu roared. If it wasn't for the fact that the elders were here, he would have probably charged up and fought with Zhao Feng already. Woo-woo. Brother Zhao, I didn't think you were this kind of person. The floating crest trial only comes once in a lifetime. If it wasn't for you kicking me into the abyss, I might have been able to obtain the inheritance like Brother Beimoi. Sun Yuanhao's baby-like face was filled with innocence as he cried. Humph. I didn't think there would be such a scum in the clan. Some of the female disciples couldn't help but sympathize as they condemned Zhao Feng. Meow meow. A small gray cat the size of a palm jumped onto Zhao Feng's shoulder, and its black eyes looked towards the crowd. What a cute cat! The eyes of some of the female disciples lit up. It's this cat. It colluded with Zhao Feng to trick me. Beimoi was enraged when he saw the little thieving cat. At this point in time, the crowd became chaotic as people condemned Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's eyebrows furrowed. These people were working together to target him. As the first in the trial, how could he allow them to slander him? No, he had to suppress their arrogance. A bunch of idiots. Zhao Feng's cold voice was like thunder. What? The expressions of the disciples who were condemning Zhao Feng froze, and they were all stunned. They obviously didn't think that the culprit would be so arrogant in front of so many people. Don't use excuses to cover up your incompetence. If you really had the strength, the first in the trial wouldn't have been me. Zhao Feng stood proudly as his azure hair blew in the wind. His eyes were as sharp as lightning as he coldly scanned across these people. He laughed coldly in his heart. Since ancient times, history has always been written by the victors. Who was first in the trial? It was me, not clowns like you. You! Instantly, the faces of the disciples who were condemning Zhao Feng became ashen, and their arrogance disappeared. Chapter 193. When it was time to be arrogant, he would be arrogant, and when it was time to take action, he would take action. Zhao Feng had just left the floating crest palace, and he had already been slandered by these people. How could he tolerate this? Under such circumstances, any explanation or reasoning would be futile. Only by bringing out unparalleled strength and dominance would he be able to shock the entire audience. Zhao Feng had succeeded. He had used his arrogant attitude to suppress everyone, but these people had nothing to say. Whoever had the strength would take first place. Zhao Feng had come first in the trial, and he indeed had the right to do so. As the saying goes, the winner takes all. History was never written by the weak. The clan master and elders looked at each other. They didn't think that Xiao Feng would still be so arrogant in front of everyone. But thinking about how this brat had come first in the trial and was a madman who trained the lightning wind palm, it would be abnormal if he didn't act like this. Xiao Feng, don't be arrogant. Elder Shui and Hai Yun Master's expressions dimmed as they circulated their qi of true spirit, and a powerful pressure filled the air. If they wanted to kill their disciple, Xiao Feng, they only needed the flick of a finger. But they didn't dare. Firstly, Xiao Feng had come first in the trial. Secondly, behind Xiao Feng stood First Elder. They had used their true spirit realm aura to suppress Xiao Feng's arrogance. However, they were disappointed. Xiao Feng stood still as his azure hair blew in the wind. His eyes were cold and sharp as he didn't move. After the trial, Xiao Feng had endured many true spirit realm auras. The most terrifying mountain monster had killed 4 black metal monsters at the true spirit realm with one thought. Its aura was more than a level higher than the 2 elders in front of him. In the dimension of Xiao Feng's left eye, the azure abyss spun, and his bloodline power spread throughout his body, reducing the pressure to the minimum. Meow meow. Not only was Xiao Feng unaffected, the little thieving cat also bared its teeth as it looked mockingly at Hai Yun Master and Elder Shui. This cat isn't simple. Could it be the cat that tricked Beimoi? Hai Yun Master's eyes lit up. With the cultivation of the true spirit realm experts present, how could they not see the little thieving cat's uniqueness? Just based on its intelligence, normal spiritual beasts couldn't compare to it. More importantly, this cat was able to ignore the pressure of the true spirit realm, which meant that it had a very high aptitude or a very powerful bloodline inheritance. For example, those legendary rare birds and divine beasts such as Qilin, True Dragon, Great Peng. Even in their infancy, they had a certain level of suppression, which was enough to deter ordinary demonic beasts. Thinking up to here, Hai Yun Master's eyes became eager. Everyone, calm down. Martial Nephew Zhao was, after all, the number 1 person in this trial, so this matter was of great importance. After that, the sect will give you an answer. The Broken Moon Clan Master's cold voice contained the authority of a clan master. The elders reached an agreement. The most important thing now was to figure out Xiao Feng's gains and fortuitous encounters. One had to know that Xiao Feng had stayed in the trial for 10 days longer than Beimoi, who had broken the 1,000-year record. Some of the disciples, such as Quan Chen and Beimoi, went silent. No matter how much they said, Xiao Feng's title of number 1 couldn't be shaken. Seeing the clan master and company lead Xiao Feng into the central division. From the looks of it, it was very likely that the matter regarding Xiao Feng would be suppressed by the upper echelons of the clan. Quan Chen, Lu Hu and company all had unwillingness on their faces. Right at this moment, a powerful true spirit realm aura came from the mountains far away. Brat Xiao Feng, don't be so arrogant. A country has its laws and a clan has its rules. With me here, no matter how great your contributions are, you won't be able to escape the clan's punishment. An imperious yet forceful voice exploded like thunder, causing the elders to stop in their tracks. As soon as the voice finished, an azure-clothed elder holding a staff appeared in the air above the central division. Regulations, Elder. Some of the disciples exclaimed as they bowed with respect. The Regulations Elder was one of the most special elders in the clan. He held the power of life and death and was in charge of the clan's rules. Even if the clan master broke the rules, the Regulations Elder had the right to step out and question him. Furthermore, the Regulations Elder had a spiritual grade weapon and his strength surpassed normal elders. Great! Master has taken action, and the Regulations Elder wants to punish this disciple. Even the clan master can't go against him. Lu, who was overjoyed, Quan Chen and company, worry turned into joy, and they gloated. Seeing the Regulations Elder appear, The clan master's eyes were filled with worry. If the regulations elder wanted to punish Zhao Feng, she wouldn't be able to protect him. The clan master's gaze couldn't help but turn towards First Elder with a questioning look. This wasn't only because First Elder was Zhao Feng's master, but also because of his position. Regulations Elder, come down with us. Let us witness the highest record of the floating crest trial. First Elder's tone was calm, as if he was inviting and ordering. At this moment, the other elders were strangely silent. In a battle like this, First Elder would be the key. Sure, I'll witness it. The regulations elder was obviously wary of First Elder. The First Elder, with just the word first, was enough to suppress all the other elders in the sect. He was the leader of the elders. Elder Shui and Haiyan Elder looked at each other and sighed. Is First Elder planning to protect this outer disciple? Originally, the Regulations Elder was prepared to take down Zhao Feng and sentence him for his crimes. However, even the Enforcement Elder had to give face to the Great Elder. Zhao Feng saw this scene, and he couldn't help but feel lucky that his choice was correct. That day at the Scarlet Moon Demonic Nest, he would rather be First Elder's outer disciple than another elder's core disciple. Someone like First Elder wouldn't easily take in disciples, but once he did, he would be responsible for protecting him. Back then, First Elder didn't want to take Zhao Feng as a disciple because he had a disciple who trained the Lightning Wind Palm and met with misfortune. Although First Elder seemed indifferent, once someone was approved by him, they would be taken care of. First Elder led the way into the central hall and even walked in front of the clan master, as if he was the leader. The clan master and the Regulations Elder followed closely behind. The other elders exchanged glances and seemed to be thinking about First Elder's intentions. At this moment, First Elder's performance was too domineering. The Regulations Elder's expression changed slightly and became solemn. This is First Elder. No wonder he's my master. Domineering. Domineering. Zhao Feng was slightly shocked. The atmosphere was all because of First Elder. He even felt that the normal elders didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Finally, Zhao Feng realized that First Elder's position in the clan was higher than he had imagined. On the surface, the clan master had the highest power in the clan, but in reality that wasn't the case. At this moment, First Elder walked at the front and no one expressed any dissatisfaction. Instead, they all became cautious. Brother Zhao, go in. Yang Gan reminded Zhao Feng. His expression was slightly complicated. He didn't think that his master would actually protect this outer disciple. Yang Gan wasn't surprised by First Elder's power at all. All of this was because of one thing, and that was that First Elder was the strongest in the clan. Strength was above everything else. In the world of the clan, no matter if it was the righteous or demonic path, they couldn't escape this rule. Because the Great Elder had the most powerful strength in the sect, even the disciplinary elder had to retreat a little when he was so domineering. Yang Gan laughed coldly in his heart. Master is usually low-key, and these elders don't know what's good for them. Only now do they understand who is the strongest in the clan. Soon, the group of elders entered the Central Hall Division. Vice Head Li of the Central Hall Division was shocked. What was going on? Why were all the elders here? The atmosphere didn't seem right. Inside the hall, apart from the elders, the disciples that had participated in the trial were also allowed to enter. Martial Nephew Zhao, what was your result in this trial? The Broken Moon clan master's eyes were filled with expectation. Around 1,000. Zhao Feng said casually. Around 1,000? The disciples all took in a cold breath. His score is over 1,000. Even Brother Beimois is only 900. This time, he probably broke the 10,000-year record. The hall broke into chaos. So Beimois was only 900. Zhao Feng laughed in his heart. Around 1,000? How much is 1,000? First Elder glared at Zhao Feng. 1,000 588. Zhao Feng purposely gave a little less because he had some points to fulfill his wish. But even so, this score was something that all the disciples could only look up to. 1500. This has broken the 10,000-year record. First Elder was extremely satisfied and his face was red. After that, Zhao Feng showed them his rewards. Spiritual grade weapon. First was a spiritual grade treasure saber, which made the elders' eyes light up and their hearts palpitate. After that, Zhao Feng took out 2 more spiritual grade skills, one more than Beimois. Spiritual grade skills were the ultimate skills of the Broken Moon clan. Giving out 2 at once was already a pleasant surprise. Apart from that, there were also 4 peak class mortal skills that only elders and vice heads had the right to learn. Zhao Feng was very generous and gave the spiritual grade sword and all the skills to the clan. In addition, there was a large batch of natural resources, some of which were extremely valuable and some of which Zhao Feng had no use for, so he offered up a portion as well. In reality, the most valuable skills were all taken by Zhao Feng into the dimension of his left eye. The cat on you doesn't seem normal. Hai Yun Master's eyes turned. Meow meow. The little thieving cat bared its teeth at Hai Yun Master with a face full of disdain and mockery. Ha ha ha! Seeing Hai Yun Master's embarrassment, the elders present all laughed. Hai Yun Master wasn't angry as he stared at Zhao Feng and said, "How many spirit stones do you want for this cat, or what price do you want? Give it to me." "Not selling. The little thieving cat has already signed a blood pact with me." Zhao Feng decisively shook his head. He clucked his tongue. Hai Yun Master's eyes were indeed sharp to be interested in the little thieving cat. "Fenger, your score in the Floating Crest trial may have broken the highest record in history. Did you receive the corresponding inheritance?" First Elder asked with a concerned expression. Hearing this, Zhao Feng felt warmth in his heart. The other elders all cared about what he had gained and how much he could bring to the clan. Only legacies were of the greatest use to the trial takers. Everything else was just external items. After this question was asked, the elders and disciples present were all very curious. This was especially so for Beimois. He was the only one who had received an inheritance. No. Zhao Feng's simple answer surprised everyone present. Chapter 194. No. Everyone in the hall, from the clan master to the deacons and disciples, had shock and doubt on their faces. Zhao Feng, who came first in the trial and broke the 10,000-year record, didn't receive the inheritance? Beimois, who came second in the trial, didn't receive the inheritance even though his score didn't break 1,000. How could Zhao Feng not have it? Whether or not one can receive the inheritance depends on one's luck. Disappointment was written on the Broken Moon clan master's face. Zhao Feng was indeed a genius to be able to break the 10,000-year record in the trial. He definitely had his own abilities and methods. If he could receive the inheritance, he would be able to become a prodigy of the Broken Moon clan in the future. Unfortunately, although Zhao Feng had broken the record, he didn't receive what was most important to him. At the same time, Zhao Feng's reply made many people let out a breath. So what if you came first in the trial without the inheritance? You'll still be defeated by me in the future. A faint smile appeared on Beimois's lips as he said, confidently, Zhao Feng's talent was average, and if he had received the inheritance, he might have been a threat to him. Unfortunately, he didn't even have such an important thing. Good! Hai Yun Master let out a breath. Although Zhao Feng's talent wasn't high, the potential and methods he had displayed were terrifying. If he had received the inheritance, he would be a great threat to him in the future. Luckily, this brat didn't receive the inheritance, and Beimois could easily deal with him. Even Sun Yuanhao's eyes were filled with disdain. Without the inheritance, you'll be surpassed by me sooner or later with just a low-tier spiritual body. There will come a day when I will defeat you fair and square and wash away my shame. At this point in time, the elders and disciples started to look down on Zhao Feng. at least in the eyes of Hai Yun Master and the others. Zhao Feng would at most be arrogant for a while. Zhao Feng, who saw all of this, snickered coldly in his heart. This was the result he wanted. When it was time to be high profile, he would be high profile. When it was time to be low profile, he would endure it. He emerged from the trial by fire, seizing first place, breaking a record that had existed for tens of thousands of years. He was just too dazzling, already raising the alarm of many enemies. They all felt deeply threatened. This was very disadvantageous to Zhao Feng, who was still growing. On this continent, how many dazzling geniuses have there been, but they only had a brief moment of brilliance? Those geniuses were too dazzling, showing off their abilities to the fullest. They died in internal strife or assassinations by enemies, unfortunately dying prematurely. Even the legendary genius with the highest heavenly spirit body could be strangled in the cradle by a nobody before he could grow into a peerless expert. If Elder Hai Yun and the others knew that he had obtained the highest lightning inheritance of the Floating Crest Palace, it would bring them great pressure and threats. They would do whatever it takes to kill Zhao Feng. Therefore, Zhao Feng had concealed the inheritance. For a disciple with ordinary talent who did not receive any inheritance, the danger he would face in the future would be minimized. Some of the disciples of the same generation started to look down on him. However, even though Zhao Feng's words were able to fool the disciples, the elders were not so easily fooled. Elder Shui and Hai Yun Master's eyes twinkled with doubt. How could someone who had broken the record of the Floating Crest Palace not receive an inheritance? This was indeed strange. Could there be some hidden secrets? Zhao Feng, I remember that those who reach a certain point in the Floating Crest trial will be rewarded with a simple inheritance. Elder Shui said in a probing tone. It was obvious that he wasn't sure either. After all, those who were able to reach that boundary were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Many things were merely hearsay. Hai Yun Master was puzzled and felt that something wasn't right. With my results, I've obviously surpassed the requirements to receive an inheritance. Zhao Feng smiled proudly. Hearing this, the expressions of Beimoi, Quan Qin, and company all changed. Could it be that Zhao Feng had received an inheritance and he was just tricking them? Unfortunately, there's no inheritance suitable for me in the Floating Crest Palace. My talent is mental energy. Zhao Feng's face was full of regret. Mental energy? The elders looked at each other and exchanged glances. At their level, it wasn't hard for them to see Zhao Feng's mental energy, which made it easy for him to resist the pressure of the true spirit realm. First Elder was the first to see this. Mental energy is usually a side path or a wicked one. The Floating Crest Palace is a righteous inheritance, so it's impossible for it to have an inheritance like this. The Broken Moon clan master sighed and believed Zhao Feng's words. The elders present had all heard of Zhao Feng's talent in mental energy, and some of the disciples had even experienced it themselves. In the second stage, Zhao Feng had used his mental energy sound technique to destroy the bat nest's human wave tactic. This was the reason why everyone had passed the second stage. Zhao Feng, due to your outstanding performance in the Floating Crest trial and your contributions to the clan will reward you with 500,000 contribution points. At the same time, you can look through the skills in the Hollow Building. The Broken Moon clan announced. Apart from that, the clan will compensate you for the treasures you gave. The Broken Moon clan announced. 500,000 contribution points. The expressions of some of the clan members present changed. Even those who had been in the clan for tens of years didn't have this many contribution points. With this many contribution points, how many things couldn't he do in the clan? Okay, now that the rewards are over, we'll talk about the punishment. Contributions and punishment can't be mixed together. The law enforcement elder stood up slowly and stepped forward. That's right. Zhao Feng did contribute to the clan, but his character and his actions in the trial should be discussed later. Elder Shui agreed. While Zhao Feng won first place, he also harmed the future of others. An elder coldly said. The two elders strongly supported the regulations elder. This turn of events caught the Broken Moon clan master off guard. Granny Luiwa remained neutral and didn't help anyone. First elder's eyes narrowed and the atmosphere became tense. It was obvious that this was the result of the three elders working together, with the regulations elder speaking and the support of two elders. Even first elder couldn't refute him. After all, there wasn't a single person in the Broken Moon clan who could control the heavens with one hand. What does the regulations elder want to do? First elder's expression soon calmed down. Let's have a confrontation and be fair. Under everyone's gazes, we won't wrong a good person and we won't wrong a bad person. I trust that you won't disagree. The regulations elder said emotionlessly. That's right. I agree, regulations elder. Zhao Feng is cunning and has harmed people of the same clan. He should be kicked out of the clan. His first place in the trial was built on the foundation of harming others. This kind of person must be punished. Led by Quan Qin and Lu Hu, the others all agreed. Under this situation, even the clan master and first elder couldn't change it. If it's really fair, then I have nothing to say. The great elder said calmly. Okay, then let's have a confrontation. Zhao Feng, do you have any objections? The regulations elder nodded his head. No. Zhao Feng had an indifferent attitude. Let me ask you, why did you kick Lu Hu and Sun Yuanhao into the abyss in the first trial? The regulations elder said harshly. As soon as he finished his words, Lu Hu and Sun Yuanhao stood up and explained how they were wronged by Zhao Feng. That brat had no respect for his elders and kicked me, a core disciple, into the abyss, ruining my future, Lu Hu said with his eyes wide open. He wanted the treasure for himself and was afraid that I would fight for it, so he kicked me into the abyss, making me lose the chance to participate in the trial. Sun Yuanhao sobbed. The two of them slandered the truth, causing those who didn't know the truth to pity them and blame Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng, how do you explain this? The regulations elder questioned. These two had weak wills and were controlled by the illusion fox. They're useless. I believe that such a person would only be a burden to everyone if he were to enter the trial. That's why I kicked them out. Zhao Feng said expressionlessly. Zhao Feng, don't insult me. Sun Yuanhao and Lu, who were furious. Zhao Feng sneered in his heart. Do you think that I'll defend the so-called truth? These people must have colluded with each other to punish him. They must have all sorts of ways to deal with Zhao Feng. Hearing Zhao Feng's explanation, everyone was speechless. He actually kicked them out because of the other party's incompetence. Damn it, this guy's too arrogant. Many people criticized. Lu Hu and Sun Yuanhao were filled with anger. Even in this situation, Zhao Feng was still looking down on them. The regulations elder was slightly stunned. All the methods that he had prepared were useless. Zhao Feng, you're so arrogant. Then let me ask you, why did you attack Marshal Nephew Quan Qin in the second stage? The regulations elder said coldly. Reporting to the sect leader and elders, I had finally reached the core of a residence, but Zhao Feng came in and stole the fruits of my victory. Quan Qin gritted his teeth and said, Zhao Feng, how do you explain this? As soon as he said this, Zhao Feng snickered. Brother Quan didn't have the ability to conquer the palace, so he teamed up with me. However, I felt that he wasn't good enough, so I kicked him out. Useless, hindrance. Everyone's jaws dropped. Zhao Feng's excuse was too ridiculous. Zhao Feng, don't slander me. Quan Chen was enraged. When did he become a hindrance? Zhao Feng wasn't defending himself. He was insulting him. Zhao Feng, I've never seen someone as arrogant as you in my many years as the enforcer. Then let me ask you, why did you lie to Beimua in the last stage and make him leave early? The regulations elder snickered coldly. It's this little cat that colluded with Xiao Feng to lie to me. Does brother Zhao think that I'm useless? Bei Moi stared at the little thieving cat and snickered coldly. There was no doubt that Bei Moi was strong. He had both talent and luck. Everyone thought that he couldn't use the excuse of useless or hindrance, right? Of course, Brother Bei has the ability, but his intelligence is too low. He even believes the words of a cat. This kind of person only has strength but no brains. So what if he's kicked out? Zhao Feng's lips twitched. You're saying that my intelligence is low. Wu Ming Bei Moi was enraged, obviously provoked. Meow meow. The little thieving cat on his shoulder waved its paws and nodded its head in agreement. You. Bei Moi was so angry that he almost spat out blood. This Zhao Feng wasn't trying to defend himself. He was just trying to humiliate him. What an arrogant brat. The regulations elder was also about to explode. This Zhao Feng didn't play by the rules and made all his plans fail. Zhao Feng immediately bowed towards the clan master and first elder. These people are either useless or have low intelligence. For the sake of the trial, this disciple decided to kick them out. This disciple is willing to bear the sin of arrogance. This sin, I admit it. Chapter 195. These people are either useless or have low intelligence. For the sake of the trial, I made the decision to kick them out. I am willing to bear the crime of arrogance. In that instant, the hall was dead silent. Even the sound of a needle dropping on the ground could be heard. Everyone was stunned. The elders' expressions were even more interesting, as they all had their mouths open wide. The deacon elder and the victims, Quan Chen, Sun, Yuanhao, Bei Moi, and Lu Hu, all had pale expressions on their faces as they trembled in anger. How was this admitting guilt? This was obviously insulting them. Zhao Feng's words were blatantly hurtful, stabbing at the soft spot in their hearts. If they weren't useless, why would they be controlled by the illusion fox? If they weren't stupid, why would they believe the words of a cat? This was a humiliation in their hearts. Zhao Feng didn't even bother to explain himself. Instead, he slapped their faces in front of everyone. Even if Quan Chen's group won, they would still be labeled as useless, burdensome, and low intelligence. Wait for the label. The first to react was the law enforcement elder. Arrogant brat, you know you're wrong. You don't care about the law. You hurt others for your own benefit. The law enforcement elder suddenly stopped. Suddenly he realized what was wrong. I am willing to bear the crime of arrogance, including not changing my ways. I don't care about the law, and I hurt others for my own benefit. Zhao Feng's azure hair moved without any wind, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. The law enforcement elder and the others were about to speak, but the first elder suddenly spoke. Okay, the truth has been revealed. Furthermore, Zhao Feng has already admitted guilt. But the law enforcement elder's face was green. Law enforcement elder, you said it yourself. Zhao Feng was just arrogant, and he hurt others for his own benefit, but he didn't have the intention to harm the other disciples. Furthermore, his words weren't completely unreasonable. The first elder said seriously. Hai Yin elder and Elder Shui were both dazed and speechless. Zhao Feng had already admitted to his crimes, so what else could they do? In the end, he was only charged with the crime of harming others to benefit himself and being conceited and conceited. In fact, this couldn't even be considered a crime. It was just a personality. In the world of sex, there were too many arrogant and conceited people who harmed others to benefit themselves. The only thing that could be investigated was harming others to benefit oneself and bring losses to others. How about this? Since Zhao Feng did bring harm to the other disciples, the sect will deduct 400,000 contribution points from him to appease the 4 injured disciples. The first elder suggested, this is a good method. 400,000 contribution points is equivalent to a Vice Hall Master's 100 years of hard work in the sect. It's more than enough to atone for his crimes. Moreover, it can also make up for and comfort the few injured disciples. The Broken Moon clan master smiled in agreement. 400,000 contribution points is indeed a lot. In the past, there have been examples of people using contribution points to reduce their crimes. The originally neutral granny, Louis Wei, actually spoke up. The enforcement elder looked at Elder Shui and Elder Haiyan helplessly. The three elders were also at a loss of what to do. On the surface, the punishment that the clan had given to Zhao Feng was enough. 400,000 contribution points was a large amount of contribution points to the clan. If anyone questioned this, it would be the same as questioning the clan's reputation. However, for Zhao Feng, he still had 100,000 contribution points. There wasn't much meaning in having a certain amount of contribution points. After the Floating Crest trial, he would receive a large sum of compensation, and he would be able to enter and leave the Hollow Building whenever he wanted. He had also received the strongest lightning inheritance of the Floating Crest Palace, which meant that he didn't need any skills. He didn't lack money, skills, or treasures. Deducting 400,000 contribution points didn't hurt Zhao Feng at all. Zhao Feng, do you have any objections? The clan master asked. Disciple has no objections to deducting contribution points, but it's better for the clan to confiscate them than to give them to these useless or stupid disciples. Zhao Feng suggested. As soon as he said this, Quan Qin and the others cursed in anger. Even if they received the contribution points today, they would never forget the humiliation they had received. It might even leave a shadow in their hearts, unless they could get revenge, especially for Beimoi. He was a super genius with both talent and luck. Being ranked second in the trial, he already had 200,000 contribution points as a reward. This kind of humiliation and trampling on his dignity was a fatal injury to him. All right, that's enough. First Elder glared at Zhao Feng, telling him not to act like he didn't deserve it. At this point, Zhao Feng was the biggest winner. Not only was he not punished, he even dared to disrespect Beimoi and the others in front of the crowd, putting them in a humiliating situation. Zhao Feng awkwardly smiled and leisurely returned to his master. Next, the elder announced the punishment and warning for Zhao Feng. Finally, a long-planned, punitive expedition finally came to an end. The conflict in the Floating Crest trial was finally settled. As they walked out of the palace, Beimoi, Quan Qin, and the others were filled with anger and humiliation. After the crowd dispersed, "Come with me," First Elder said to Zhao Feng. Soon, Zhao Feng arrived at First Elder's palace. This was an elegant and unadorned room. It was quiet and secluded, and there was no one around. Zhao Feng was slightly surprised. This was his master's private place. Normally, not many people could enter this place. Tell me, what inheritance did you receive from the Floating Crest Palace? The great elder smiled calmly. Zhao Feng was stunned. How did First Elder know? Hee, I know more about the Floating Crest Palace than anyone else. With your high score, there's no way you didn't receive any inheritance. Most importantly, apart from mental energy, you're also talented in other areas. It's not hard for you to receive a simple inheritance. First Elder said confidently. Master's eyes are indeed sharp. I did receive an inheritance. Zhao Feng slowly opened his palm. Tiny electric patterns could be seen on his palm, as if they had become one with the veins of his flesh and blood. This is the lightning inheritance. The great elder sucked in a breath of cold air, and for the first time he revealed an expression of extreme shock. He was the most experienced and powerful elder in the clan. He knew the Floating Crest Palace the best, and was able to guess the origin of Zhao Feng's inheritance. With this inheritance, my lightning wind palm will be perfected. Master, will you still stop me from learning the lightning wind palm? Zhao Feng smiled faintly. First Elder paused and looked at Zhao Feng with a complicated expression. Zhao Feng, who had received the lightning inheritance, definitely had the right to learn the lightning wind palm, and he had the right to be arrogant. If it wasn't for the lightning wind palm, I might not have been able to receive the lightning inheritance. This is my fortune, and I'm guessing that Baimoi's inheritance is most likely related to his northern dark, heavenly water. Zhao Feng continued, fortune and karma are the hardest things to understand in the world. First Elder smiled bitterly and shook his head. Who would have thought that Zhao Feng's lightning wind palm was the key to receiving the lightning inheritance of the floating crest palace? He had also asked Lin Fan to try the illusion valley that Zhao Feng had been to. But Lin Fan had only received a normal floating crest seal, not the floating crest lightning seal. This was his fortune. Feng! Since you've received the lightning inheritance, I don't have much to teach you. I will recommend you to the 3 clan party in a month. But before that, you must at least reach the top 5 of the core disciples. First Elder's expression was filled with joy. Although he had a lot of skills, they were nothing compared to the lightning inheritance. What reassured him even more was that while Zhao Feng seemed arrogant, he was actually calm, meticulous, powerful, and decisive. He had no mercy in his heart. This kind of mentality was the most suitable for the clan. From First Elder's point of view, the other disciples such as Yanggan, Baimoi, and son Yuanhao hadn't broken away from their youth, and their mentality was far from Zhao Feng's. What's the 3 clan party? Zhao Feng asked curiously. First Elder revealed a weird expression. Zhao Feng didn't even mention reaching the top 5 of the core disciples, as if he didn't put it to heart. From this, it could be seen that he was completely confident. The 3 clan party is a sparring event held by the Lin Moon clan, Silver Moon clan, and Broken Moon clan. It happens once every 5 years. In the past, the Broken Moon clan was always at the bottom. This is because the Lin Moon clan and Silver Moon clan are ranked near the top of the 13 clans. First Elder briefly mentioned it before explaining the relationship between the 3 clans. After hearing this, Zhao Feng couldn't help but sigh. So the Broken Moon clan is so weak in the 13 clans. Bullshit. The 13 clans are all small clans and they're all around the same level. This ranking is only relative. If we really fight, the Broken Moon clan won't be afraid of anyone. The Great Elder cursed in anger. These sects, what are their levels based on? Zhao Feng suddenly became interested in the world of clans. It was obvious that the Broken Moon clan he was in was just the tip of the iceberg. According to the ancient records, the clans are divided into 5 ranks, from 1 star to 5 stars. 1 star is the weakest and 5 stars are the strongest. Every 1 star can mean a difference of 10 to 100 times. Then how many stars does the Broken Moon clan belong to? Zhao Feng asked urgently. How many stars? First Elder's face went red and he smiled. Let's change the question. Zhao Feng had a weird expression, but he didn't continue to ask. This 3 clan party was a chance for him to leave the Broken Moon clan and see the geniuses and experts of the other forces. Although the 3 clan party is only a small gathering between 3 clans, there are many geniuses. For example, the Lin Moon clan has a changeable body that's comparable to the Earth's spiritual body. His talent is even higher than Baimoi's. First Elder said seriously, Earth's spiritual body. Zhao Feng's expression changed. This was a legendary talent. The most talented person in the clan was Baimoi, but he was only close to the Earth's spiritual body. The genius from the Lin Moon clan also had a changeable body, but it was a level higher than son Yuanhao's. It was comparable to the legendary Earth spiritual body. That's right. You've contributed a lot to the clan this time. If you have any requests, you can tell me. First Elder said with a smile. Zhao Feng thought for a while before saying in a low tone, After I've dealt with some matters, I'll go home first and then participate in the 3 clan party. In the blink of an eye, he had left the Zhao clan for a while. Chapter 196. The 48th day. This year's Floating Crest trial had come to an end. After this battle, Zhao Feng's name shook the entire clan. He wasn't a core disciple, but he had become one of the most famous inner disciples. At the same time, rumors of his arrogance, conceit, and cunning also spread like wildfire. Rumor had it that several core disciples had suffered at his hands. This storm hadn't ended yet. On the second day, First Elder announced that he had accepted Zhao Feng as his core disciple. This news once again shook the entire clan, especially the upper echelons. First Elder was without a doubt the most experienced and strongest elder in the Broken Moon clan. Now that Zhao Feng had become his official disciple, he had become the most difficult disciple to offend. Some of Zhao Feng's enemies were rather wary, hateful, and fearful of this. The second day after the trial had ended, Zhao Feng went to the clan mission division to pay back the primal crystal stones he owed from last time. He also bought the 3 Luoho arrows that came with the Luoho bow. When Old Man Zhang saw Zhao Feng, he couldn't help but sigh. Before, Old Man Zhang and Zhao Feng had a bet on whether or not Zhao Feng would be able to participate in the floating crest trial. But now, not only had Zhao Feng participated, he had come first and broken the 10,000-year record. After buying the Luoho arrows, Zhao Feng couldn't wait to try them out. The quality of the Luoho arrows was equivalent to a middle-grade mortal weapon. When used with the Luoho bow, it could display extreme power. So, Zhao Feng lightly pulled back the bowstring, and a dark green light shot through the air. It was hard to see with the naked eye. HM? Since when did the Luoho bow have such a strong coldness? Old Man Zhang was slightly dazed. The arrow that was shot just then clearly contained a strong coldness. Xiao, the Luoho arrow that was shot out automatically returned. Zhao Feng nodded his head in satisfaction and showed the changes to the Luoho bow to Old Man Zhang. On the Luoho bow, there was a blue mark of an ice lotus. Old Zhang reached out his hand to touch the bow. The body of the bow was ice cold, and there was a faint chill surrounding it. The material of the bow had also undergone an unknown change. No wonder you're the champion of the floating crest trial. The power of the Luoho bow right now isn't much weaker than a high-grade divine weapon. In particular, the cold attribute it contains is even rarer than some high-grade divine weapons. Old Zhang sighed. Zhao Feng, on the other hand, felt a little regretful. He had used up all the ice arrows he had obtained in the trial. Those ice arrows, when combined with the Luoho bow, had the effect of freezing. Of course, in terms of raw power, the Luoho arrows combined with the Luoho bow were the strongest. Zhao Feng estimated that if he fully used the Luoho bow, he could threaten those at the 5th sky of the Ascended Realm or higher. Using the Luoho bow and Luoho arrows at the same time consumes a lot of true power, twice as much as before. Zhao Feng frowned slightly. Everything had its pros and cons. Subsequently, Zhao Feng asked Old Zhang about the repair of the Dark Shadow Cloak. The Dark Shadow Cloak could be said to be the most valuable item on Zhao Feng's body. Its value was 10 times that of a normal spiritual grade weapon. Normal spiritual grade weapons had too high of a requirement for cultivation, and those at the Ascended Realm couldn't control them. On the other hand, inheritance treasures could grow with the owner, so how valuable were they? In the Floating Crest Palace, Zhao Feng had gathered most of the materials needed to repair the Yin Shadow Cloak from Li Fuan, but he was still missing some materials. Apart from that, there was another important requirement. You're saying that Grandmaster Blacksmiths need to be at the true spirit realm? Old Zhang asked. That's right. Zhao Feng nodded his head. This is slightly troublesome, and it's not just difficult. There isn't a single Grandmaster Blacksmith in the entire 13 clans. Old Zhang smiled bitterly. No, Zhao Feng was surprised. He didn't think that there wouldn't be a single Grandmaster Blacksmith in the 13 countries. If you really want to find one, the Iron Dragon country closest to the 13 clans has a Grandmaster Blacksmith called Yanyi. However, Grandmaster Blacksmiths have a high status in the Northern Continent, and normal experts at the true spirit realm can't even invite them. not to mention a small force like the Broken Moon clan. Old Zhang shook his head. This wasn't just a normal level of difficulty. Zhao Feng clicked his tongue. He didn't think that Grandmaster blacksmiths were so rare and had such a high status. From what old Zhang said, if he used the Broken Moon clan's name to invite them, they might not even bother. The 13 countries were at a disadvantage in the area and were in the middle of the Iron Dragon country and Sky Rich country. These two countries were both colossal existences, and the sects behind them possessed shocking power. Over the years, the two countries had been fighting each other, and the true victor was decided by the forces behind them. Once the Iron Dragon Strong Country, or the Sky Rich Strong Country wins, they would be able to sweep through the 13 countries. That Grandmaster Yen, he comes from the force behind the Iron Dragon Country, and even has some connections with one of the 10 great clans, the Heavenly Yuan clan. The latter is the peak force of the continent and can decide the life and death of many small clans with just a thought. Old Zhang's expression was solemn, and he obviously wanted to persuade Zhao Feng to give up on this idea. Strong countries, great clans, 10 great clans. Zhao Feng was excited. The vastness of the world of clans had exceeded his imagination. In the Azure Flower continent, the 10 great clans controlled the fate of the world. Back then, even the Scarlet Moon demonic religion was destroyed by the combined forces of the 10 great clans. Don't worry, teacher, we haven't reached that step yet. But Disciple believes that as long as there's enough profit, even a Grandmaster blacksmith will put down his pride. Zhao Feng was full of confidence. After saying goodbye to old Zhang, Zhao Feng went to see old Zhang. In the Broken Moon clan, his 2 teachers had taken care of him, and Zhao Feng wouldn't forget it. After coming out of the trial, Zhao Feng had obtained many precious resources, so he gave some to his 2 teachers as a way of returning the favor. Finally, Zhao Feng went to the outer disciples. The deacons and other members of the outer disciples were very respectful towards Zhao Feng. The outer disciples didn't even dare to breathe loudly when they saw Zhao Feng. In this period of time, Zhao Feng's name had spread through the lower levels of the clan. Apparently, even some core disciples had been stepped on by him. He was an arrogant young man. Zhao Feng came to see his 2 senior brothers. Brother Zhao, I didn't think you'd have such achievements. You've come first in the trial and become a disciple of First Elder. Seeing Zhao Feng, Yang Qingshan and old Zhang were extremely excited. It was obvious that they had heard of Zhao Feng's achievements and deeds. Zhao Feng smiled and said, "How are you 2 doing in the outer disciples? Have you been bullied?" "No, they wouldn't dare. Now even the inner disciples are scared when they hear your name. Who dares to offend us?" Zhao Feng understood that his 2 senior brothers were living a good life in the outer disciples, and they had both entered the top 20. Yang Qingshan was about to reach the Ascended Realm. Before leaving, Zhao Feng left some spiritual pills for his 2 senior brothers, which were enough for them to easily reach the Ascended Realm. About a day or 2 later, Zhao Feng dealt with the trivial matters one by one. Most of the compensation that the clan gave him had already been fulfilled. There were a few types of compensation. Firstly, primal crystal stones. This was the most direct. Zhao Feng had received a total of 8,000 low-grade primal crystal stones, which was equivalent to 800,000 substandard primal crystal stones. Even though it was a huge amount, it was still slightly inferior when compared to spirit artifacts and spirit cultivation techniques. Secondly, compensation for cultivation resources. The amount of resources that Zhao Feng could use was comparable to a vice head. The amount of resources that he could use each month was enough to support some disciples for a few years. Thirdly, he could freely enter the Hollow Palace and browse skills below peak class mortal. Fourthly, there were close to 10 types of compensation. One of them even gave Zhao Feng a small residence. Zhao Feng was slightly speechless. Now wasn't the time to enjoy and be high profile. He still stayed in the inner disciples' residence for the next period of time. Zhao Feng kept a low profile and refused to see any guests. In the depths of his mind, the three-story building that represented the lightning inheritance appeared in his mind. Zhao Feng started to comprehend the first level of the lightning inheritance, even if it was just the tip of the iceberg. With such a powerful inheritance, all of Zhao Feng's other techniques became mere foils. First step, he still focused on perfecting the lightning wind palm and comparing it with the lightning inheritance. After perfecting the lightning wind palm, it was equivalent to the beginner skill of the lightning inheritance. For a few days, images of the lightning inheritance appeared in Zhao Feng's mind, from small sparks to large lightning bolts. The lightning inheritance was related to lightning and was of a higher level. With Zhao Feng's comprehension ability, he could only comprehend the tip of the iceberg. Luckily, his current goal was only to perfect and practice the thunder wind palm, using the latter as a link to the lightning inheritance. The bridge of the lightning inheritance. A few days later, Zhao Feng's lightning wind palm had reached the peak of the 4th level. It was also at the 4th level, but the power of the lightning wind palm was now twice as strong as before. The lightning inheritance is indeed the strongest inheritance of the floating Crest Palace. Now that I've perfected it, the danger has been lowered to the minimum and its power has increased. It's much stronger than some high-class mortal skills. Zhao Feng was overjoyed. With the lightning inheritance, all other cultivation techniques below the spirit level could be set aside. At most, they could be used as support and reference. A total of 10 days later, Zhao Feng had comprehended a sliver of the lightning inheritance, and he could merge it into his movement skill. After merging the lightning inheritance, Zhao Feng's speed was as fast as lightning, and with the help of the illusion fish picture, it was extremely fast. In terms of speed, it's almost perfect. Zhao Feng was extremely satisfied. After that, Zhao Feng merged the lightning inheritance into his inner force, and his heavenly wind true force became more powerful. With the intent of lightning as the core, Zhao Feng's skill had reached its initial stage. Next, Zhao Feng started to enter secluded meditation to break through to the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm. Back in the Floating Crest trial, Zhao Feng's cultivation had reached the peak of the 3rd sky of the Ascended Realm. Such a cultivation was already above average amongst the inner disciples, and it was already extraordinary. But Zhao Feng understood that compared to the core disciples and the 3 clan party, this level of cultivation wasn't enough. Zhao Feng had trained himself in the trial, and he now controlled large amounts of rare resources, such as spiritual pills, primal crystal stones. He didn't lack anything. 5 days later, Zhao Feng had broken through to the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm, and his powerful aura caused the heaven-earth Yuan Qi above his head to tremble. Lin Fan, Yun Mingxiang, and company who were next to him were shocked. "You're indeed worthy of being Brother Zhao. You're faster than me." Lin Fan, who was also trying to break through to the 4th sky, couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. Chapter 197. The 4th sky of the Ascended Realm was a dividing line. Zhao Feng felt that the connection between the heaven-earth Yuan Qi and his acupuncture points had become stronger. Although Zhao Feng couldn't directly absorb the heaven-earth Yuan Qi, when he cultivated, his true force could connect with the heaven-earth Yuan Qi and increase his state of existence. As his true force was refined, some elements could be merged into it. Once a cultivator reached this level, they would have stepped into the legendary Xiantian realm. Once a cultivator reaches the Ascended Realm, they're no longer a simple cultivator. They're cultivators that chase after the peak of the Tao. Zhao Feng understood. In the world of the clans, being a cultivator was just a way of cultivation. Apart from being a cultivator, there were other ways of cultivation. For example, the Blood Corpse Protector had turned himself into a zombie, which was the Tao of corpses. The hooded figure in the sky cloud forest controlled beasts and deadly beasts to attack the Guanjuan city, which was also a mysterious Tao. In the world of the clans, there were many different ways of cultivation. Amongst them, the martial cultivator was the most common, but it was also the cheapest. After reaching the fourth sky of the ascended realm, Zhao Feng cultivated and comprehended for 2 days. On one hand, he needed to consolidate his foundation. On the other hand, he needed to organize the skills in the dimension of his left eye. Among them, there were mortal-level, top-notch cultivation techniques, and even spirit-level cultivation techniques. Zhao Feng read a few of these skills to broaden his horizons, but his core was still the lightning inheritance. The so-called inheritance naturally included a comprehensive set of abilities, including attack, defense, movement techniques, secret techniques, and various other applications. Therefore, Zhao Feng didn't need to train in other skills. 2 days later, Zhao Feng let out a breath, and he left the courtyard. Right at this moment, he felt a slight fluctuation of energy coming from the courtyard nearby. Lin Fan also broke through? Zhao Feng looked towards a certain direction. After reaching the fourth sky of the ascended realm, the connection between cultivators and the energy of heaven and earth had increased. This was especially obvious at the moment of breaking through. Lin Fan had just broken through, and many inner sect disciples nearby came to congratulate him. This included Princess Yun Mingxiang, Su Rin, and Xiao Sunday. Once an inner sect disciple's cultivation broke through to the fourth heaven, there was hope for them to become a true disciple and be ranked at the top among the disciples. Since Lin Fan had been in the sect for a long time, there were quite a number of disciples who came to congratulate him. Zhao Feng smiled and walked into Lin Fan's courtyard. In the hall, "Congratulations, Senior Brother Lin, for breaking through to the fourth heavenly layer. I think you're not far from becoming a core disciple. Senior Brother Lin is truly a dragon among men. In the future, when you achieve meteoric success, don't forget your brothers who have gone through thick and thin with you." There were a total of 10 inner sect disciples. Their tone was respectful, and they were flattering him. Within the crowd, Yun Mingxiang, Xiao Sun, Su Rin, and the others had complicated expressions. In the past, Yun Mingxiang and Xiao Sun didn't put Lin Fan in their eyes. After all, his talent was ordinary. But who would have thought that the floating crest trial would allow him to become a top inner disciple? Lin Fan was a little helpless as he dealt with all these people who came to congratulate and suck up to him. He had just broken through to the fourth celestial layer, so he needed to consolidate his cultivation. He didn't expect these people to come to congratulate him at the same time. When junior brother Zhao was breaking through, why didn't you disturb his peace? Lin Fan laughed coldly in his heart. Zhao Feng had broken through 2 days earlier than him, so no one had dared to disturb him. Even the head disciple, Yonggan, had only come to take a look before leaving. In the current inner sect, Zhao Feng was a fiendish existence. He was a madman who trained the lightning wind palm and was extremely arrogant. Many core disciples had fallen to his hands. That day in the Central Division, Zhao Feng had humiliated the enforcement elder in front of everyone. Some of the inner disciples had heard about it, but unfortunately, not many people in the clan could do anything to him. The head disciple was Zhao Feng's senior brother. In the entire clan, Zhao Feng's master was the first elder and was highly regarded by the latter. Thinking about Zhao Feng, Lin Fan felt complicated. Gratitude, respect, curiosity, Senior Brother Lin. A familiar voice sounded from outside the hall. Another visitor had come to Lin Fan's house. Some people didn't think much of it, but when they saw the figure, their hearts trembled. The newcomer was a one-eyed, green-haired youth. The moment he entered the room, he gave off a strong visual impact. Yun Mingxiang and Xiao Sun's expressions changed. Junior brother Zhao. Lin Fan's face was filled with joy as he immediately stood up to greet him. Zhao Feng. Everyone's expressions changed, and the atmosphere within the hall changed. These inner disciples instantly became cautious, but none of them dared to be slow as they greeted Zhao Feng with smiles. Zhao Feng's expression was calm as he nodded and greeted a few people he was familiar with. Some of the inner disciples were shocked. Although this junior brother Zhao looked fierce, his words weren't as scary as the rumors said. They all felt flattered that Zhao Feng would nod his head in response. It was said that this junior brother Zhao was extremely fierce and arrogant. He had kicked out a few core disciples that he didn't like in the trial. Junior brother Zhao was really impressive in the trial. Whoever he didn't like, he would kick them out. Ever since the Broken Moon clan was founded, I'm afraid there hasn't been a second person that has been able to break the record of the Floating Crest trial. The inner disciples immediately went up to fawn on him with respectful expressions. Some of them even hinted that they were willing to follow Zhao Feng in the future. If one had to ask who was the most difficult to offend in the Broken Moon clan, it would definitely be Zhao Feng. If they could follow Zhao Feng, wouldn't they be able to do whatever they wanted in the future? Zhao Feng had a weird expression as he shook his head. He didn't have any intentions of taking in a disciple. Junior brother Zhao, you've reached the fourth sky, and your cultivation has stabilized. Are you going to challenge a core disciple? Lin Fan suddenly asked curiously. Challenge a core disciple. The expressions of some of the inner disciples tightened. Legacy disciples were the core disciples of the sect. They were different from ordinary inner sect disciples. I almost forgot about this if you didn't mention it. Zhao Feng rubbed his forehead. He suddenly remembered that he had promised First Elder that he would enter the top 5 of the core disciples and participate in the 3 clan party. Only by entering the top 5 would First Elder be able to nominate Zhao Feng to participate in the 3 clan party. This was the lowest requirement. After all, the 3 clan party represented the entire Broken Moon clan. Hearing that Zhao Feng was really going to challenge a core disciple, some of the inner disciples present became excited. During this period of time, the ranking of the true disciples had fluctuated several times. The main reason was because of the Floating Crest trial. This time's Floating Crest trial was not normal. All the disciples that came out of the trial had a huge increase in strength. Yonggan, Beimhua, Quan Chen, and Ran Xiaoyuan had toppled the core disciple rankings half a month ago. Yonggan had become the head disciple. Beimhua had become the second core disciple. Quan Chen and Ran Xiaoyuan had become the 5th and 6th, respectively. A few days ago, he had broken through to the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm and became the 10th core disciple. The entire inner clan was shaken by the disciples that came out of seclusion. Hearing this news, Zhao Feng couldn't help but click his tongue. He didn't realize that he was the butterfly that was flapping its wings. If it wasn't for him, there wouldn't have been a 100% success rate in the second stage. If it wasn't for him, the entire Sky Boundary Island wouldn't have turned into a world of ice and snow. That's right, there hasn't been such intense competition in the past few decades. Lin Fan sighed. By now, most of the disciples had come out of seclusion, and most of them had fought. Logically speaking, the ranking of the direct disciples should be stabilizing soon. But many disciples realized that the core disciple rankings were far from stabilizing. This was because there was still a mad person who hadn't fought yet. That person was Zhao Feng. The first place of this time's trial and the one who had broken the record, Zhao Feng, hadn't fought yet. And now, he was standing in front of them and challenging a core disciple couldn't be delayed. It was because of this that some of the inner disciples present were excited and impatient. If Zhao Feng fought, would the core disciple rankings change once again? But there were some who didn't care. They thought that Zhao Feng had come first because of luck. Furthermore, he didn't receive any inheritance in the trial, so he was much weaker than the older core disciples. Brother Zhao. A masculine voice came from outside the courtyard. A powerful aura pressed down on him. All the inner disciples felt as if they were suffocating. When they saw who it was, they were shocked. Yonggan. Being the head disciple, Yonggan was undoubtedly the leader of the new generation and the number 1 inner disciple. The arrival of the head disciple and first elder's disciple made everyone feel flattered. However, No one would think that Yongan had come here because of them. Even he didn't have the right to do so. Brother Yang. Zhao Feng walked out of the hall. Brother Zhao, Master told me to tell you to get into the top 5 core disciples as soon as possible. Yongan said. Under normal circumstances, Yongan rarely went to look for Zhao Feng. Both of them were disciples of the great elder, but their relationship could only be said to be ordinary, neither good nor bad. Yongan was a perfectionist, and even if he disliked Zhao Feng, he wouldn't just stand by and do nothing if Zhao Feng was being bullied outside. However, this junior brother's performance had exceeded his expectations time and time again. Especially in the floating crest trial, junior brother Yang had come first, which made him feel uncomfortable and even jealous. Brother Yang, please tell Master that I've already reached the top 5 core disciples and that he doesn't need to worry. Zhao Feng smiled and said he understood that his master was definitely preparing to nominate him for the 3-sect party and had the intention of rushing him. However, he had actually forgotten about this matter in the past few days. Hearing this, Yongan's eyebrows furrowed. Where did Brother Zhao get his confidence and arrogance from? He hasn't even done anything yet, and he wants me to tell him that he's already succeeded. Isn't this the same as lying to Master? No. I must tell Master that Brother Zhao is too arrogant and needs to be taught a lesson. Don't worry, I'll tell Master what you said. Yongan smiled mischievously and turned to leave. This was what he was thinking and what he was planning to do. He had to teach this junior brother a lesson. This Yongan doesn't even give me face. No, I must get into the top 5 before he sees Master. Zhao Feng's expression tensed and his figure flashed. Shua! A crackling sound came from the air, and only Zhao Feng's afterimage was left. What kind of movement skill was that? Everyone took in a cold breath. Chapter 198. Broken Moon Clan. Amidst the clouds, in a garden filled with the fragrance of flowers. Hua! An old-fashioned youth and 2 youths were fighting. For a moment, a strong gust of wind blew in all directions. Waves of light collided and shattered in the void. The shock waves they emitted were enough to shatter gold and iron. The old-fashioned youth was actually fighting 1 against 2. A layer of dark blue ripples surrounded his body, and with every move he made, waves of dark blue ripples would arrive in an instant. The terrifying pressure was enough to make a normal ascended realm spit out blood. The Dark Water Inheritance is indeed worthy of being one of the strongest inheritances of the floating Crest Palace. Hai Yun Master sat cross-legged on a nearby stone stand with approval. The old-fashioned youth was Bei Moi, and the other 2 youths were Quan Chen and Yuan Ji, both disciples of Hai Yun Master. Quan Chen, peak 4th sky of the Ascended Realm, ranked 5th amongst the core disciples and Hai Yun Master's 3rd disciple. Yuan Ji, ranked 3rd amongst the core disciples and Hai Yun Master's 2nd disciple. And at this moment, Quan Chen and Yuan Ji teamed up, but couldn't beat the youngest Bei Moi. Bei Moi's cultivation had reached the limit of the 4th sky, and his aura was perfect. He was able to fight his 2 senior brothers with ease. Quan Chen and Yuan Ji were both stunned. Ever since the floating crest trial, Bei Moi's strength hadn't just increased by 1 level. The combined attack of the 2 was enough to shatter normal cultivators at the 4th sky, but it couldn't even break through Bei Moi's defense. It was as if there was a bottomless whirlpool around Bei Moi, and all their attacks were like stones sinking into the ocean. Dark water mountain opening. Bei Moi's hands waved, and the dark blue ripple increased in size and pushed the 2 brothers back several yards. Yuan Ji floated back tens of steps before landing on the ground. Quan Chen was sent flying, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Thanks. The combined strength of the 5th and 3rd core disciples wasn't enough to beat Bei Moi. Not bad, not bad. Moi. You've improved a lot, and in 2 years, no one in the Broken Moon clan will be able to fight against you. Hai Yun Master praised. Yuan Ji and Quan Chen stood on the side with shock. Quan Chen's heart was filled with hatred and helplessness. The reason why Beimoi had become so strong was because he had obtained an inheritance in the trial. Every time he thought of this, he would hate Zhao Feng. If it wasn't for this guy, he might have been able to obtain the inheritance. Mor, don't just limit your vision to our sect. The 3-sect party, half a month from now, will be the time for you to show off your skills. At that time, you have to make me proud. Hai Yun Master smiled. 3-sect party? Quan Chen and Yuan Ji looked at each other uneasily. With Beimoi's strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to participate in the 3-sect party. At this moment, this is bad, Elder. Someone is causing trouble in the outer sect. A servant hurried in. Quan Chen scolded. Who dares to cause trouble in the Elder's residence? It's the first Elder's disciple, Zhao Feng. He led a group of people to search for Senior Brother Quan, and finally found this place. The servant panicked. Yuan Ji laughed. Senior Brother Quan. So that Zhao Feng is here to cause trouble for you. No matter how arrogant Zhao Feng was, he was still a disciple. How would he dare to cause trouble for the Elder? This guy must be trying to challenge my core disciple position. Quan Chen's expression was cold, but he was a little scared. He was wary of Zhao Feng's strength. What's going on? Hai Yun Master said. I heard that Zhao Feng just came out of seclusion and wanted to challenge a core disciple. He first went to find Senior Brother Quan, but he wasn't home. Then he went to find Senior Brother Yuan Ji, but he didn't find him either. Then he went to find Junior Brother Bei. Okay, I understand now. In the end, he came to this Elder. Hai Yun Master said. Elder is wise, the servant said with a trembling voice. At this moment, the atmosphere in the garden became extremely tense. The expressions of Yuan Ji and his 2 brothers were extremely ugly. It seemed like Zhao Feng was purposely challenging Hai Yun Master's disciples. Did he really think that Hai Yun Master and his disciples were pushovers? Preposterous. Quan Chen's face was filled with anger, but he was overjoyed in his heart. If it was just him alone, he probably wouldn't be able to take care of this person. But now, the 3 of them were together. Humph. Zhao Feng, you're unlucky today. The 3 of you can leave. Don't embarrass me. Hai Yun Master waved his hand. Although he was disgusted by Zhao Feng picking on his disciple, as an expert at the true spirit realm, he obviously wouldn't lower himself to interfere in the matters of the younger generation. Furthermore, First Elder stood behind Zhao Feng. Whether it was him or the Great Elder, they would not easily interfere in the competition between the disciples. Go, get out. The 3 of them walked out of the Elder's residence in anger. Yuan Ji felt weird as he realized that the hatred his 2 brothers had for Zhao Feng wasn't just a little strong. There was indeed a group of people outside the residence. The one leading them was Zhao Feng. So you're all hiding here, Zhao Feng said in surprise. After coming out of seclusion, he wanted to challenge the core disciples, so he would obviously target Hai Yun Master's disciples first. But the weird thing was that Quan Chen wasn't home, Yuan Ji wasn't home, and Beimoi wasn't home either. After asking around, he found out that the 3 of them were hiding in Hai Yun Master's residence. What do you mean hiding? Quan Chen and the others were completely disgusted and furious. The few of them had been called over by their master to discuss and learn from each other. Those who didn't know the truth would think that they were scared of Zhao Feng and were hiding. Fight! Zhao Feng threw out a word before turning around and heading towards the stage. He wasn't worried that his opponents wouldn't come. Since they were already in front of the Elder's residence, there was no way they wouldn't come. A while later, Central Division stage. This was a place specially made for inner disciples to spar. Zhao Feng's figure jumped and landed on the stage. On the challenge stage, there were 2 inner disciples who were fighting fiercely. The 2 saw the azure-haired, one-eyed youth and his aura at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm, which scared them so much that they left the stage. Soon, another few auras at the fourth sky of the ascended realm and above landed on the stage. Quan Chen and the other two looked at each other, as if discussing who should go first. Among them, Quan Chen didn't dare to challenge first. "How about this? The three of you come together," Zhao Feng said with a mischievous expression. "Shut up. Don't be arrogant." Bei Moi and Quan Chen roared at the same time. Of course, Zhao Feng didn't really want to fight 1 against 3. He wasn't that arrogant. Even if he was willing, Bei Moi and the other two wouldn't agree. "Junior brother Quan, you go first and test his strength," Yuan Ji said in a low voice. Okay, even if Quan Chen wasn't willing, he had to agree. On the stage, Zhao Feng and Quan Chen faced each other from afar. Many inner disciples had arrived after hearing the news. The two stared at each other with complicated expressions. This was especially so for Quan Chen. Back then, when he went to the Guanjuan Palace, he was so arrogant. At that time, he didn't even look at Zhao Feng, and he didn't even have an impression of him. But now, on the stage, Quan Chen's scalp went numb and he felt an inexplicable sense of wariness and fear. It wasn't as if Zhao Feng and Quan Chen hadn't fought before in the Floating Crest trial. At that time, Quan Chen didn't gain any advantage at all, and was even tricked by the opponent. Brother Quan, do you want me to let you have a few moves first?" Zhao Feng's eyes were sharp, and he could see the fear in Quan Chen's eyes. There was no true battle intent. "Piss off. Don't try to argue with me." Quan Chen roared, and he infused his true force into his sword, sending a few chilling moonlight slashes towards Zhao Feng. A few marks appeared on the hard black rock of the stage. This was a rock from the clan world, and it was even harder than low-grade mortal weapons. What a powerful attack! The disciples below the stage clicked their tongues. The weapon in Quan Chen's hand was a middle-grade mortal weapon, and his cultivation technique was powerful enough. He didn't use his weapon when he fought against Bei Moi in the Elder's Palace. Believe it or not, I can defeat you with just the sharpness of the tongue. Zhao Feng laughed lightly. Shua! His figure flashed like lightning, and he instantly dodged the attack. Don't be arrogant. Why don't you attack me if you have the ability? Quan Chen roared as his attack landed. Fine, I'll show you. Zhao Feng placed his hands behind his back, and he took a deep breath. Bo! He opened his mouth, and an invisible mental energy, sound wave shot towards Quan Chen. Wherever the sound wave passed, it was like thunder. Boom! Quan Chen's body swayed as if he was struck by lightning, and his blood boiled. That attack just then almost made him puke out blood. Zhao Feng's mental energy, sound wave, was a mental energy attack added to the vibration of the sound wave. One pierced the soul, while the other attacked the blood and flesh of the physical body. After receiving the lightning inheritance, all of Zhao Feng's skills used it as the core. Even the psychic sound wave technique was like muffled thunder, its power far greater than before. Furthermore, Quan Chen wasn't someone with a strong mind. He was much weaker than Bei Moi and Lin Fan. Therefore, the first wave of sound waves almost made Quan Chen puke out blood, and his body staggered a little. Bo! Bo! Zhao Feng spat out another 2 mental energy, sound waves. Wah! Quan Chen puked out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned white. The mental aspect had always been his weakness. Furthermore, Zhao Feng's mental energy, sound wave attack, was much stronger than when he was in the trial. After merging with the lightning inheritance, it was like adding wings to a tiger. How is this possible? Brother, Zhao didn't even do anything. He only moved his mouth and made Brother Quan Chen puke out blood. The crowd was shocked speechless. Brother Quan, use your true force to protect your eardrums and weak spots, Yuan Ji reminded. He could see that Zhao Feng's mental energy, sound wave attack, used sound as a medium. If one's will isn't strong enough, even if they use their true force to protect themselves, they can only reduce the damage by 10 to 20%. Zhao Feng said casually. The mental energy, sound wave attack was hard to defend against. It made one panic and lose control of their mind. Under this situation, how could one defend with all their strength? If it was someone with a strong will and cultivation, then the damage of Zhao Feng's mental energy sound wave attack would be reduced by at least half. But Quan Chen wasn't like that. In the depths of his heart, he feared Zhao Feng. Bo! 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 Zhao Feng spat out another sound wave attack. Plop! Quan Chen's nose and ears bled as he fainted. Too weak. Zhao Feng shook his head, but thinking about it, he did indeed have great talent in mental energy. Even the floating crest palace didn't have an inheritance that was suitable for him. The lightning inheritance was just the second best. Chapter 199. Brother Quan. Seeing Zhao Feng move his mouth and Quan Chen fall to the ground with a plop, the crowd went into an uproar. Many people took in a cold breath. At this moment, not only did Zhao Feng give them strength, he also gave them an unfathomable feeling. Too scary. He beat Brother Quan with just his mouth. How is this possible? Senior Brother Quan is ranked 5th among the true disciples. The inner disciples were shocked, but at the same time, they also had doubts. Some people even suspected that this was a play that had been put on in advance. This is Brother Zhao's strength? Lin Fan's heart shook. Yun Mingxiang, Xiao Sun and company were dazed, as if they were in a dream. Back then, everyone had entered the Broken Moon clan together, but in just half a year, Lin Fan had grown to such a level. Princess Yun Mingxiang was filled with regret. Ever since Zhao Feng had chosen the path of martial arts and the lightning wind palm, she had given up on Zhao Feng's potential. But who would have thought that in just a few months, Lin Fan would become first elder's disciple and break the record? After beating Quan Chen, Zhao Feng was ranked 5th. This had already reached his goal. But today, Quan Chen and his 2 brothers were together, so there was no way this would end peacefully. Next, Zhao Feng's voice sounded as he made up his mind. At this moment, Yuan Ji had already helped Quan Chen off the stage. Under the guidance of his true force, the latter woke up and was fine. Let me. Bei Moi was about to attack. Let me go first. Yuan Ji stopped Bei Moi. He thought that Zhao Feng's strength was at least on the same level as Bei Moi, and he was even weirder. It would be best if he went first to test Zhao Feng's strength. His plan did not care about personal honor or disgrace, victory or defeat, but was aimed at the overall situation. Bei Moi was the strongest, so he had a higher chance of winning if he stayed until the end. On the stage, Zhao Feng and Yuan Ji faced each other. Yuan Ji's cultivation had reached the 5th sky, and he was stronger than Quan Chen in both strength and intelligence. He didn't attack rashly after going up. Pop! Zhao Feng opened his mouth, and a psychic sound beam shot toward Yuan Ji. Yuan Ji sneered, his true power protecting his body, especially targeting his eardrums. At the same time, his mind was firm and shrewd, not something Quan Chen could compare to. In addition, his cultivation level was higher than Zhao Feng's, so when the psychic sound wave hit him, the damage was reduced by 70% to 80%. Zhao Feng was not surprised. He was just testing the waters. His greatest potential treasure was the spiritual domain, but after all, he had not obtained the corresponding inheritance and cultivation technique. Wandering heaven steps, Yuan Ji's figure moved. His speed seemed slow, but it contained an intent of slowing down. Whoosh! Zhao Feng moved like a bolt of lightning. He was obviously faster than Yuan Ji, but Yuan Ji reacted slowly and was not afraid. Thunder Wind Palm. Zhao Feng wasted no time and executed his strongest cultivation technique. The force of his palm swept out with a howl of wind and thunder. Arcs of lightning revolved around the tornado. Boom! The two collided head-on. Yuan Ji's body froze, and his expression changed as he retreated a few steps. The moment he clashed with Zhao Feng, his body felt numb, as if he had been struck by lightning. Furthermore, Zhao Feng's thunder wind palm's power was beyond his imagination. Every time he took a hit, Yuan Ji's body would go numb, and the power of the palm made his blood boil. If it was Quan Chen, he probably wouldn't even be able to take 1 or 2 hits. Below the stage, Bei Mua's face was solemn. Zhao Feng's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. Thunder, wind, raging dragon. The instant Zhao Feng's palm shot out, the azure wind and lightning intertwined to form a lightning dragon. In that instant, the wind and thunder rumbled as the palm destroyed everything in its path. Yuan Ji's body went numb, and he couldn't dodge it. His breathing became heavy, and he could only use all his strength to block it. Vibration, Yuan wave. The true power in Yuan Ji's palm congealed into a ball of light, exploding and producing a vibrating wave of light, intertwining with the terrifying thunder dragon tornado. Boom! The moment they clashed, the two figures were enveloped by the wind, and they couldn't be seen clearly. But one of the figures didn't move. His azure hair blew in the wind, and he was as cold as a demon. The other figure retreated. How can he be so strong? This power is enough to kill normal cultivators at the 5th sky of the Ascended Realm. Yuan Ji's body was charred and cracked. Shua! Suddenly, a lightning-like figure appeared in front of Yuan Ji under the cover of the wind and thunder. What kind of footwork was that? How could he be so fast? Yuan Ji's heart shook and he wanted to dodge, but it was too late and he was sent flying by Zhao Feng's palm. Wah! Yuan Ji spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, and he flew off the stage. In less than 10 moves, Yuan Ji, who was at the 5th sky of the Ascended Realm, was defeated. The spectators weren't just disciples. There were also other members of the clan. Next, Zhao Feng took a deep breath. Apart from his bloodline power and his left eye, he had used over 90% of his strength to defeat Yuan Ji. After defeating Yuan Ji, Zhao Feng was ranked 3rd amongst the core disciples. What terrifying strength! Even I'm tempted by the power of the lightning wind palm. Is this Zhao Feng going to defeat all of Hai Yin Master's disciples? Below the stage, the crowd discussed animatedly. Amongst the spectators was Vice Head Li of the Central Division. Vice Head, why is the power of the lightning wind palm so strong? A deacon was puzzled. This lightning wind palm has obviously been perfected, and the profound lightning contained within it is even purer. No wonder First Elder was willing to take Zhao Feng as his core disciple. Light twinkled in Vice Head Li's eyes. No wonder. If it wasn't for this reason, First Elder wouldn't have taken another disciple who trained in the lightning wind palm. The deacon understood. To be able to perfect the lightning wind palm, this Zhao Feng's comprehension isn't ordinary. Could this be related to the trial? Vice Head Li murmured to himself. At this moment, only Zhao Feng was left on the stage. You rest first. We'll have a fair battle, Bei Moi said with a stiff expression. He could tell that Zhao Feng had used up quite a bit of energy to defeat Yuan Ji and the other two. Zhao Feng knew that Bei Moi wanted to have a fair battle with him and didn't want to take advantage of him. Such a scene shocked the nearby spectators. Bei Moi's confidence made them look forward to the next battle. A moment later, Zhao Feng recovered his energy and said, "All right, Bei Moi, we've agreed on this battle before we joined the sect." "That's right. We've agreed on this battle a long time ago, and you're stronger than expected. You're definitely qualified to be my opponent." Bei Moi went up the stage. Hearing this, the crowd went into an uproar. Those who didn't know what was going on were confused. What's the relationship between Bei Moi and Zhao Feng? Only Yuan Ji and Quan Chen knew what was going on. At the same time, on a tall building at the peak of the mountain, Su Ran, how are you able to have 2 geniuses under your sect? Hai Yin Master murmured. On the stage, Zhao Feng and Bei Moi stared at each other with solemn expressions. Neither of them had any thoughts of underestimating the other. Bei Moi's figure flashed, and a series of ripples appeared on the stage. In that instant, his real body merged with the ripples, and it was hard to tell which was the real one. Without using his left eye, Zhao Feng couldn't tell which one was the real one. What a profound movement skill! Zhao Feng was impressed. Bei Moi was indeed worthy of being a super genius that had received an inheritance from the trial. Illusion Fish Shadowless Step. Zhao Feng's figure flashed, and a series of illusions appeared to confuse the opponent's senses. In an instant, a series of afterimages overlapped on the stage, dazzling the audience's eyes. Illusion Fish Shadowless Step was a movement skill that Zhao Feng had created with the illusion fish picture as the core and many other movement skills. In reality, this movement skill was only the beginner version. The advanced version was called Illusion Fish Lightning Arc Step. However, Zhao Feng's understanding of the lightning inheritance wasn't enough, and the Illusion Fish Lightning Arc Step hadn't been perfected yet. He had only used it a little when he defeated Yuanji. Zhao Feng couldn't reveal too much about the lightning inheritance, so he could only use the lightning wind palm as a cover. Northern Dark 4 Heavy Waves. The dark blue ripples were like heavy mountains that came crashing down. When tens of thousands of kilograms of water came crashing down, what kind of power would that be? Wind and lightning destruction. The whirlwind and lightning in Zhao Feng's palm intertwined with each other, creating a devouring power. Two powerful forces collided head-on. Boom, 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 boom. Powerful shock waves and electric arcs bombarded a radius of 10 zhang. That terrifying power was even at the level of the 6th celestial layer. What power! Some of the deacons below the stage were moved. Apart from the head disciple, no one in the inner disciples could fight against these two monsters. Wind, lightning, raging dragon. Dark water mountain splitting. Even more powerful moves clashed together, and within the shock wave, the two figures clashed back and forth. At a certain moment, the two figures flew 100 meters into the air and exchanged tens of blows. Zhao Feng's face was twisted as his azure hair danced in the wind. His lightning wind palm had been pushed to the peak of the 4th level, and he had even merged some lightning laws into it. However, Bei Moi's defense was unimaginable, and the dark blue ripples around him absorbed the power of the attack as much as possible. Even someone as strong as Zhao Feng couldn't break through Bei Moi's defense, showing how monstrous the latter was. Water-related inheritance, good at defense, using softness to counter hardness. Zhao Feng estimated that if he didn't use his bloodline power, it would be hard for him to gain the upper hand. Of course, Bei Moi didn't feel good either. Every time he clashed with Zhao Feng, his body would feel numb, and as the numbness stacked on top of each other, it didn't feel good either. The battle between the two was becoming more and more intense. The two's true force was quickly being used up. After 100 moves, the two were panting and barely able to stand. From start to finish, Zhao Feng was suppressing Bei Moi, but he couldn't break through the latter's defense. This should be the best result. Zhao Feng thought, okay, this battle ends in a draw. Vice Head Li appeared and stopped the battle. The two were both peerless geniuses of the inner disciples, and he couldn't allow anything to happen to them. Draw. Yuanji let out a breath. If Zhao Feng won, it would mean that he had defeated all of Hai Yun Master's disciples. Bei Moi walked off the stage and looked deeply at Zhao Feng before leaving with his two senior brothers. That guy's attacks are so strong. The moment he returned to his room, Bei Moi's body trembled and blood leaked out of his mouth. Even if his defense was strong, he couldn't take Zhao Feng's crazy attacks.